I was there. Had forgotten to bring any water. Siri was about to go to bed. Siri was about to go to bed. So I wanted to give her a kiss. So I don't know when we last played, but it must have been like, could it be 2 months? Like, what's new? Oh, buy? It said it was free. Yeah. So it is free, but I need to click a button for it. Okay. Fuck you. Apparently we don't have alerts. I shall do something about that. Oh yeah, because I've been streaming on the your profile in for forever. Streamlabs. There we go. I think it works now. Let me just thank you, Siri, for making me aware of this issue. And I think it will be a quick resolve. Senaste händelserna. Well, it doesn't show. Ah, that's why. Weird. That is weird. Huh. Oh no. Are you logged in here? Yes. Because I want your alerts as well. Because they are so good.
Do you not have alerts?
They weren't active in the scene, no. But I don't see it. You know, I see it in chat, right? But it doesn't show up here on Twitch, on the activity feed. Nor does it show up on my Streamlabs dashboard. So I can't repeat it because it doesn't like exist. I had to add yours though. Had to add yours. Can't just have mine. I guess I can just follow. But there's no audio for it. Okay. Let's and I can't replay subs. Do I have some weird filtering on? That's filtering. No. Is it like if the subs are over a certain age, you can't replay them? Of course, that would be something new, but weird. Or perhaps has the sub sound I was using. Let's test a sub. Because I'm not hearing any sounds. Nor seeing any sounds. But I see the text coming up. So I'm like, is it the sound effect? That I can hear.
Thanks for the sub.
That I can hear. So if I now save, cannot hear it. Ah, monitor only. No.
Thanks for the sub.
Johannes Live subscribed. This is a test.
Jaha. Let's do that then. Try again.
Thanks for the sub.
Johannes Live subscribed. This is a test.
Hep. 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 But okay, if I do this then. Do you hear it then?
Thanks for the sub.
That the stream hears. Cool! Doesn't help me, does it? Cool. Maybe I have the control audio via OBS. If I just deselect that then. Maybe OBS is muted in the volume controller. It isn't.
Thanks for the sub.
But now it works.
Johannes Live subscribed.
I'm not
This
complaining.
is a test.
If it works, it works. I'm happy. Now the question is, why can't I see Siri so? Whoa.
Thanks for the follow.
That works. I mean, it works. So when Twitch has figured out what they want to do with Siri sub, it will probably work. Do. So what game was it that you were so excited about, Siri? What type? We talked about this.
Play as a little stray cat.
A cat?
It's super cool. It's also
Yeah.
have like every game they've released. I've played.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night. Whew. Yeah. Okay. What else? A motorbike? Dude. 83 horsepower on that thing? You'd kill yourself. It is a nice farm. It is a nice farm. Calmston. I downloaded it when the precision farming update was out. I lost my save. Couldn't load onto it. And in the meantime, until that got fixed, I started a Calmston farm, and ran around, got all the toys you collect. It's a lot of fun. And the fields are beautiful. I love the gates you have to go out and open. I think that's really cool. Long reach chainsaw. Harvest profits? It gives you higher prices for... So it's just a money cheat. Okay. I see. I mean, why not? I love it. Is this a map? Yeah. Yo. We'll get into the game any second now. Can almost guarantee. Oh no. Oh no. Huh? Yes. Yes. Whew. That means that water bottle was leaking. That means I don't need my keyboard no more. I think. Fuck yeah. Let's move the mouse out of the way. Oh, because now it's controller time. Hi, Nini.
Thanks for the follow.
How you doing, Nini? Are you a farm simmer? Or did you find me from the front page? Oh, what's this? Do I not have any textures? Hello? Where are my textures? Are they coming? My textures coming? Have I lowered the graphic settings so much that... Was that the train? Does this game even have a train? Looks like a cable car. Oh, never mind. I think something is wrong. I have a hunch here. Let's turn on colorblind. Yep. Something is wrong. Oh, really? That is cool. You know, in another life, I wish I was born as a third generation farmer. Because it's something special getting... I mean, farming is... You can always quit your job, buy a farm and go. But there's something so special having walked the fields as a child and then to take over the business. Because farming is taking care of life. Farming is seeing the difference between every year. How much rain you get, how much sun you have, the temperatures, the winds, the struggles. And that builds such a rich foundation in your life that in another life I wish that was me. Now, if we just see farming as a job, I think it can be a quite satisfying one, for sure. Though I think, isn't it so that most farming jobs you sort of do one task, you don't maintain it like from seed to harvest and make choices and stuff? I don't know how it is like in Norway. Maybe the jobs are on smaller farms where you're in charge of more than one thing. But I imagine in America, just your job, sit in a tractor, take the graveyard shift, just go for hours and hours and hours, barely even turn, because it's all automated. Oh, really? So from your perspective and experience, it's like what I want. I'm a lot into landscaping in real life, gardening and landscaping. But that's mostly because we don't have a farm, you know. We used to have an old farm, or live on one. We rented a house on a farm for a couple of years. I mean, of course we dreamt about the future of potentially doing it ourselves and having a bit of animal and some fields and stuff. Now it works. The classic turning off and on again. So yeah. Cool. I haven't played this game for a couple of months, so I have no idea what I'm doing, where I am in the process. I think we have planted, if I were to guess. Yes. And I think that we are actually all prepared for just a summer of maintenance and all of that. I don't even think we have weeds, you know. We have dead weeds. This bit needs plowing. What? Okay. So that's cool. Were we doing scans of soil type? That could be what we were doing. But we have pH readings of all fields.
Thanks for the follow.
Ooh, scary. Is that military troops? Welcome, buddy. Did I buy land? Oh, in the game. Huntsville, Alabama. Hi, buddy. Alabama. Are you a farmer? Huntsville, Alabama. I will admit that on the map, I'm not completely sure where Alabama is. I think it's south. But is it central, east, west? Probably more east than west. But quite center. That's my guess. Whew. Yeah. There's yeah, you can do you get like an environmental score, depending on how much fertilizer you use and your weed control, and yeah, it's pretty cool. So you can see soil types, and now I haven't harvested, but I would see yield maps as well. And you can, I mean, it picks seed rates. These are seeded, so that's not applicable now, but it's like it doesn't really have row shut off, but basically row shut off. So it doesn't it doesn't seed where you have already seeded, if you have a planter that supports it. So the planter I have, oh, it's probably parked somewhere, but we can maybe be lucky and figure out. I mean, I don't even know where I am, nor where it is. So either, sorry for the mess, I've just moved here. So this area is fairly new to me, and there's gonna be a power plant built here, but we don't have the funds for it yet, so we're just struggling trying to get cash. This does not have the row sensors, does it? I don't think it does. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Whatever. I mean, it has the GPS puck, right? Boop. Boop. It does. It's black. Why is it not white? Isn't John Deere's globes white? But then there's fertilizers and sprayers that like have cameras that look for weeds in the field and don't spray unless there's a weed right under the camera. It's really cool. Let's see if we have something at the farmyard. Yes, we do here. Oh yeah, this one. This one has that. It's really dirty. So this one has the cameras and the sensors that can detect fertilizing levels. So it sprays depending on the actual plant, like plant individual, the need, and that's really good for the score. These are the sensing tools you have, like small scanners that will read the pH with this probe, check the soil, and yeah, scan for fertilizing needs and stuff. This is really useful if you don't have the sprayer with it built in. There's also tractors that have it built in to the tractor. How are the prices on stuff? Maybe we can sell some cake. Supermarket 2,500. 2,500 is good. So if we have eggs, we can go and dump them. That's really nice. Siri got a follower. I can't read who that is. Cake is the interesting thing though. 5,300. I think that's low. I think 6,500 is what we want. Fabric clothes 16, so let's hold that. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah. Dota. Ooh. That is my
Thanks
cooking.
for the sub.
It's been almost like a
Jack Joe
year.
subscribed. It's almost like a year.
It definitely. It feels like at least 8 months, Jack. At least 8 months. So we're not selling cakes, but we might have eggs. I love it when I have a vehicle parked at like every location, so I can just jump to it. It's only one. It's like 5 carts, right? That's nothing. That's nothing. Thank you for the sub, Jack. Jack is gonna come visit in like... It's a matter of weeks we're talking. A matter of weeks. So I have 2 pallets, not worth the work. Is there any contracts we can do? It isn't. I mean, this one is completed, so you might think I want to collect. I don't. Because somewhere there's a fast track. There we go. Oh, am I doing something? Am I like collecting straw? Am I harvesting? I feel like I've done all these harvesting contracts. Let's check the map. So I'm up here. They need rolling. Does mine doesn't need rolling. So I'm up here And I think these are harvested. That one is growing though. That one is cultivated. So yeah, these fields are... Everything is just fine. So I guess I can go and sell the straw. And move all of this machinery back. So the fields are not... I can't rock pick. Because I don't have a contract on them. Otherwise we can do that. And I apologize for the camera work, the steering, the everything. I haven't played this game in months. And this is my first time driving a tractor. So... at least me, I feel like it's very janky by me. It's very unsmooth. We will get better. Ah. So maybe this is what we were doing. Maybe this is what we were doing. Siri sent me a text message. Yes, Jack. A month and a half? Is summer really that long? Let's continue where we left off. This is such a perfect way to leave the game with a clear task. So I was finished with all the work and it was only the selling left. It's June, so it's very chilly here on the farm. Like, what do people do on the farm in the middle of the summer in this game? We can probably empty two at the same time if we drive the perfect amount forward. There we go. And we can have two of them offloading to the selling spot at the same time. Speeding up the process a little bit. Nice. Cool. Better get back in the cab. Last time I tried this, it was on a... I nailed it first try. I had forgotten how to turn on the music in the tractor. This thing drives so well for being absolutely humongous of a train. Trying to remember hotkeys for closing the tarp. Apparently I've turned on my indicators. I was excited about it being soon, Jack. It's fine. Time will pass so fast. It'll feel like nothing. Is it after TwitchCon? Right? Like it's TwitchCon and soon thereafter, I presume, you'll swing by. Because TwitchCon, I mean, that's week 30. We're in week 25, so it's 5 weeks. Well, yeah. 1 month after TwitchCon, yeah. I was staying up late last night, trying to convince myself how we're gonna go to TwitchCon, or that we're gonna go to TwitchCon, because I really want to. Hard to motivate. The time and the expense. Expense more than anything. Plus also the being away from Ebbe, and we need to secure a babysitter, and I'm not sure we have one. And I'm not sure we can bring him, if that would be the case. I mean, it would be a fun adventure with him, for sure. It would be really fun. It'd be different, but fun. Wait, where am I gonna park this? No, I'll go to the other farm. I was gonna take the right, but I changed my mind. Let's park this. I mean, I could park it here at the bus stop, pretty much. I'm not sure, but I might be using this vehicle with this train.
Thanks for the sub.
J Perry.
J Perry 5529 subscribed. Hey, I finally have a day off and Johannes is on. How is the family doing?
Oh, really? You're having a day off, and I happen to have a day on? That's amazing. Meant to be. I haven't streamed for what I feel is ages. So I don't know, maybe I can drive in here and turn her around. So normally I would disconnect them, right? And I would park them next to each other. But I might want to use this train come harvest season. I don't see myself using the tractor for anything until then. So I'm like, why don't I just put her here? She fits. She's not in the way. I mean, maybe I scuffed the paint on the trailer a little bit doing this. Kind of jackknifed the shit out of it, but this is the abuser tractor. Let's go to the fast track. Did it have? Yeah, it had some cargo. Mosquito, you are not dead. The family is doing fantastic. Ebbe is growing like you won't believe. You won't believe. If you saw him now, you know. If you saw him now, you would think it's a different child. That we have borrowed the kid from someone. I have been sick for a couple of days, 3 maybe, and I'm still sick. Especially now in the evening. It feels like it gets worse in the evening when I'm sick.
Thanks for the sub.
What is that? Fashion?
MS Fashion subscribed. Hello,
Jeez.
Johannes. It's been a while. I hope you have been well. Hugs 20.
Been gone for like 2 months, and everyone just comes in with the love and the hellos. Thank you, Fashion. Oh. So, how's the best cotton farmer on the planet doing? Are you farming any cotton? I didn't expect anyone to have the time to stop by or be free, you know. So to get the regulars to join in and come watch the stream feels good. Feels really familiar and enjoyable. Gruen Dragon was in Serious Stream earlier today. He said he was busy off to work. Maybe we're lucky getting blessed with his presence. Could happen. Oh, I'm indicating. Does this tractor even have indicators? You see, I'm not. Oh, it does. Oh, they really does. Oh, they were just so low down I couldn't see them behind the trailer. Ah, I see. Oh, oh, really? Fashion. You can't string us along like that. And of course, if you don't want to share, that's totally okay. The hype train is not far away. My computer says. Let's park her here. We can park her over at the spinnery, I think. At least the trailer. It's a little tight reversing in here with the crops growing. I have crop destruction on, so if I drive over it, it will flatten my earnings. So we have to be mega cautious here. Whew. Oh, really? Okay, okay. As long as you're... I mean, are you happy with your choice? Fashion? Oh, really, J. Perry? You've been a little busy then? Yeah, okay. I also looked into... Because I'm feeling like it's a little late to jump on the TwitchCon Amsterdam train. And I started looking at TwitchCon San Diego. And I was like, it would be really, really cool to do that. Of course, that would be even more expensive, but it would also be a different trip. You know, imagine taking like a full week, going to San Diego, getting like an Airbnb, bringing the stream. So I think most of our data plans are active in America as well, and included. Yeah. Week in San Diego and week in Austin, yeah. Because it's like, if you spend a weekend in a city, it's about eating fine food and then the trip is over. But a week in a city, if you have the patience, right, it's like living there. Especially if you have an apartment rather than a hotel. And you can really get into the vibe, find your favorite spots. Maybe you need 2 weeks, to be honest. And if we bring the stream, we would have a way to create content. Just like we do at home. So I think one of our data plan, roaming, is included in America. I'm pretty sure Telenor, that our data plan is unlimited in America. I'm pretty sure. I have to check that up, of course. That's good, Fashion. It's good. It's good. So I had the great fortune of living next to, before we moved, our new neighbors were very religious. She was Christian from birth, and he was converted into Christianity, I think 10 years prior. But he was preaching and very active within the community. And it was very nice getting to spend some day to day, because we spent quite a lot of time together. We had dinners together and barbecued and like well, we did projects in the garden together and all of that. So we got to spend quite a lot of time together. She was just a few years older than me. He was maybe 10, I think. 8 or 10 years older than me. So we were connecting quite a lot and talked a lot about religion and it gave me a new view and a lot of respect. I'm not saying I want to be Christian, but there's so many things in this I thought before him as well, that there's so many things about religion that is fantastic and meaningful for every human, religious or not. Many of their ways is just awesome. And then many things I don't believe in and don't support, but it was very nice to get that opportunity. Speaking of Top Gun, Siri hasn't seen Top Gun. So I'm feeling maybe there will be a Discord movie night with Top Gun for Siri. This setup is new, by the way. The green screen setup. We were in the upstairs. Well, it's kind of like it's a movie room, I guess, but now it's gonna become a gaming room because Siri asked for gaming setup. So we pretty much set on the green screen, since it is dedicated purposely for gaming, and green screen is very good. This is true. She has a lot of classics, and I'm not sure she would enjoy all of the classics. You know, I'm not sure. Her movie taste is... she's quite picky. In a good way. But also, speaking of...
Thanks for the sub!
Thank
The Moby
Moby.
subscribed. TNX Groom. Hey Sexy Beast Johannes.
Hi,
Imagine
Moby.
you being here again.
Yeah, wow. The new guy coming back another time for a 3-month resub. And indeed, thanks to Gurren Dragon. We talked about him earlier, and I said, I wonder if we'll be blessed with his presence. We'll park her between the silage bins. Have I planted any corn this year? I think I have. I mean, I really would think I have planted corn. It's about being cultured. Classic isn't about enjoying. Oh yeah. There is a lot of memes that she uses, maybe not uses, but enjoy, right? That she doesn't know where they come from. So I think she would enjoy being more cultured. Ninni is actually new here. The other ones are just trolls. Like, I've known Jack for 5 years or something, and Moby is, well, like at least half a year, maybe a year. They come. This is true. She knows them from Vine, not from the movies. So how is this one doing? Mineral feed is running low, but absolutely okay. Their health is 100%, can't be better. I'm concerned if we can shove some straw in there. I have a straw issue. I don't know if you can tell, but I have a little bit of a straw issue. I have too much of it. What else? Shall we do some maintenance on our vehicles? Anything in the fleet that own vehicles. That's not how you check it. This is how you check it. Yeah. You have the first badge as well, indeed. Jack was literally my first subscriber ever. When the partnership badge got live, he even told me it was live. So when you get accepted as a partner, right? So you can get the subs and stuff. You sign a contract, and then it takes a X amount of time. You don't know if it's a day, a month, a week, 2 weeks, 3 days. You don't know. It depends on how much they have to do. How much backlog they have. So yeah, I didn't see my badge before Jack told me in Discord, like, hey, I am subscribed to you. 95%, 83 on the spreader. The Bredal K105. 83%, so that one could get a service. Elko Scorpio 550, I think that's the rock picker, isn't it? Fuck the rock picker, it can be broken as hell. That's okay. Okay, maybe we fix it a little bit. The class 3 Torion. It's the loader. It's definitely a little worn. I don't want to have that build though. Whew. 50% damage. So maybe do something about that. And I'm gonna consider it as well, because my Kemper 375 plus. That's my head for the harvester. It is 42 hours old, which in game terms is like an eternity. Is basically broken beyond repair. It's better to sell it. The exclamation mark on the right side, right? That means that there's no finances yet. There's no financial sense in keeping it. So it's perhaps something we can replace. We don't want to have head losses and stuff. That could end up costing us more than we make. So we can go and check what a new one would cost. Then our forklift is old and broken. That doesn't matter. But we can still fix it. That's the MC18. That's the open one. Yeah. Nini, go to sleep. Have a lovely one. Nice to meet you. And I look forward to the next time. If you want, the notifications are good because I don't have a streaming schedule. And it's sometimes every day for a week. And then sometimes nothing for 3 months. Very sporadic. If you want more of my life, though, you can follow a streamer called Siri. So if you search just for it's Siri. That's my girlfriend and partner and the mother of my child, and we stream on her stream almost daily. I'm cameraman, tech guy, co-host, all of that. Instructions unclear. Indeed. Wait, should we watch it? Shall I watch it? Shall we? How do I make you watch it?
No.
Display capture. Yeah. Oh, I tasted it.
Yeah. No.
Oh, I tasted it.
Yeah. No.
It's the best. Oh, I tasted it.
Yeah.
So this is from Siri's stream. Last week, 4 days ago, we were at my parents' place. They're building a house, so we were there helping out. Moby, are you a 3D printing guy? Are you? And you're Swedish, dude. I have a thing that I've been like, maybe I need to, cause I know like you can just take a 3D printing file, right? And you can send it to a company and you can pay, they print it and they ship it to you, right? But I was thinking like, who do I know that has a 3D printer? Oh, really? So yeah, didn't know you were a 3D printer. Because I have a very specific thing. Oh man. So I used to work. I used to study in school to be a designer, industrial designer, like designing ventilation systems and mechanical tools and whatnot. You know, things. And we did a lot of CAD drawing in school. Like weeks of CAD drawing studies. And some experience in doing it. And I love it. I think CAD drawing is a lot of fun. And I think I would go absolutely crazy having a 3D printer. Like I would just design things for the fun of it. Like stupid stuff that would make my life so much better. And everyone is like, well, why don't you just go and buy that box? No. I wanted the lid to be exactly like that, and the shape to be that, and to fit exactly, precisely into the thing I have. Oh. Like I wouldn't be into so much printing, like figurines and stuff, but useful stuff. Like an example. Okay, I have a LiveView Solo. It's a streaming computer with an aluminum case to it. The fan is horribly loud. The battery is heavy, so I opened it up a while back, a couple of days, week, and removed the battery. And when I removed the battery, I realized, okay, the case itself, it's aluminum and it weighs like 170 grams. And this is supposed to be like on our streaming rig. And I want to consolidate everything and make it as compact and light and purpose-built as possible. So I was like, but what if I just take the internals of the LiveView Solo, chuck the aluminum case, get a super nice Noctua fan, like maybe a 40mm, 60mm Noctua fan, make it quieter, make it lighter, and make it smaller, because the case now doesn't need a battery. I'm like, genius. Genius. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff I would print if I had the resources to do so. It'd be a giant project, but maybe there's better. But that it would be better that I just send files away and have someone else print, because I think printing is quite difficult. No, like just knowing all the settings, and you'd screw up a lot, and like like how to make it stick to the surface and calibrate your printer and all of that. Fan mounts, yeah. So there's a lot of things. Like just yesterday, I think. No, wait. Last week, I bought a step-up converter to take 12 volts from the car and charge V-mount batteries that are 16.8 volts. And no, they charge at 16.8. They are 16.4. Yeah, and they charge at 16.8, 16.9. Just as a sort of a backup thing on the road. I mean, it doesn't, because the batteries themselves have overcharge protection and over current protection and short circuit protection and all of that. The batteries themselves have that, so I don't need a smart charger. I just need 16.9 volts. So I bought that, but it's a bare chip, right? It's like $10. But it would be nice having a case for it. So another thing, like just 3D printer to make it. Adsy, hi buddy. How stiff does the plastic become? Like, is it like, are they durable, the cases? I mean, of course, it probably depends on the filament, but can you print durable plastic cases? Can you do like glass reinforced? That would be crazy. Maybe not. They are okay. Flexi. Maybe I should learn to make. Oh, this is another idea. Maybe I should just make the mold out of wood, and then do a carbon fiber instead. Because I mean, carbon fiber is easy. It's just making a mold, and making a mold that I have the skills for. Sure, it's way more work than just 3D printing. But it's also faster to design, because I mean, you can just take some very light material like foam and cut out the mold by hand. So that's quick in a way. Because when you make one-offs, the 3D printer isn't as efficient, right? Like if you have something you're gonna make 5 of, it makes a very big difference. But if you're gonna make 100, it's probably better to... maybe 3D printing is still good at the scale of 100. I don't know when... I mean, tooling for blow mold injection is crazy expensive. So maybe we're talking thousands of units before it even makes slight sense. What do I know? Nice movie. So do you do it for a living, or is it just a passion? Maybe we should move some stuff around. This is not supposed to be here. If I just happen to run into a lot of cash, right? If I would stumble upon a giant pile of cash, this would be my next project, to build the power station. But until then, we keep farming. We keep making money. Yes. That'll be it. That'll be it, Jack. Just get myself a Tormac, CNC, make whatever I want. You know, in my dream house, I would have that, Jack. Not kidding. I don't know on a CNC machine, but at least a manual mill. At least. And definitely a CNC woodcutter. 100% yes. Hello, Emil. Yeah, exactly, Jack. All I need is what, 20 million subscribers on YouTube, and then we can get that. Right. I am mega excited about the content quality they will get when the lab is up and running. Can we just dream a little bit? But I think it's gonna be next level, and like, I mean, in a useful kind of way. If you're getting a laptop, you'll know everything there is to know about that laptop when you watch one of their reviews. It's gonna be so hard for other people to make any sort of useful review compared to what they can do. I already feel that way. I mean, anything. There's very few channels that can keep up with the sort of meaningful reviewing. Sure, there's some reviews that are very detail orientated in a specific direction that you appreciate, or so maybe they are testing for gaming, but you're a photographer and you want to know like exactly how convenient this or that is for a photographer, from a photographer's point of view. Oh shit! No one saw that. YouTube? You don't like YouTube? This is this is not save, yes, fashion. How much? Oh, like $100,000. It depends on the size, JP. But I don't know, like but yeah, 50,000. Yeah. But the roof is endless. There's machines that cost 10, 50 times more than that, depending on their accuracy, their speed, their size. Oh really? Cool. Exactly. Only 50k. So I think it's unobtainable for the home gamer. Even a manual mill is really expensive. 'Cause, like any tool, right? The tool is priced based on what you can make from using it. A vacuum cleaner is cheap. You can't make a lot of money using a vacuum cleaner per hour. An excavator might cost you $350,000. I looked at one today when I was at the bathroom. You could lease it for $3,500 a month, and that's quite a lot of money for a toy. But can you make $3,500 a month with it? Yeah, you could probably make 4 times that much. You could probably make 4 times that money in a month if you have the clients for it. So the tool really pays for itself. Okay, go lurking, Moby. Thank you for DMing about 3D printers. Oh yeah, we're gonna show the finances. Money or lack thereof. 9.765 million in debt. So yeah. Hi, Metal Plate. We haven't done much for it, but we have oaks now. Look at these oaks. They're beautiful. These I seeded with my... Is it here? Oh, it's probably somewhere else. But my my seed trailer. They use the plant trees with. Oh, we can service it whilst we're at it. Not really, J. Perry. Oh. Not really. But I have been thinking, in the sense, that it could be a fun extra gig, you know, more within friends and family. Because if you do it for others, I mean, either or, you need to have like a license and an insurance for it. So it would have to be under the table stuff, so to say. Like if my neighbor said, "Hey, here's $50, dig a hole for a tree," I mean, I would dig that hole. Trust me. But there's a lot of things that I have to do before I can make a profession out of it. So if you're new, if you don't know, we own a tiny 1.6 ton excavator. Sorry. I'm dying here. Okay, see you next week. Oh. Ooh. The Hunter Call of the Wild? Do you like that game, Emil? I don't. I mean, it's beautiful. It's just not for me. Oh, really? A GoPro mount? I swear to you. I hate the GoPro mount and I would like to redesign it. Can we do that? Thank you. Please. I mean, the mount is good. Don't get me wrong. But the arms. I have like 4 different versions of the quick detach mounting arm. Like the first piece that you put in the mount and then you can put your camera on it or put other things on it. And it doesn't, for my purpose, go far back enough on any of them. That's how I feel about that. I mean, it's easier to just make a little wedge that you put it on than to redesign the mount. I just realized. So let's take this one in for a service. Yeah. Exactly, jQuery.
Thanks for the sub.
Forever.
Snurk
Snurkas.
is subscribed. Tactile at Rune Dragonthorn and Prenumeration Skava.
Where is that cute man? How are you doing, Snurkas? Oh. Oh. We're gonna give her a service as well, if we can afford it. Varm, but okay. We've had a cool day. I think the temperature topped out at 22 Celsius today, and the house has been cool and lovely. I only sweated a little bit when I was running around with the camera, but that's to be expected. $8,000. I mean, I want to do it, so it's a matter of just borrowing a few K from the bank, right? I took another 10,000 in loans. If you have 9.75 million, what is $10,000, right? To repair your trusted wheel loader. 20. Where do you live, Snurkas? We have like 14, I feel. It's cool and nice. Södertälje, yeah. Oh, really? That is hot. And I'm quite a lot farther south than you are. Guess that doesn't matter. See if we can grab some bales as well. And when we can afford it, we're gonna put in concrete here. Or maybe asphalt, I don't know. We'll see. So we don't have grass. It's not the end of the world, but it would be nice with that. Hello? There we go. Oh, she can take... Oh, she took one of them. Okay, cool. That's good enough for me. Let's park this girl up. Could use some more grass. I mean, when we're in the cab, why not? The cows need the food. What? I'm out of grass? Wait. I didn't want to go in here. Hello? Let me out of the barn. Right, this is grass. Isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it? Wait. It's been so long. straw, slurry, hay, silage, straw. Is that hay? What did I need the grass for? I could swear there's something I needed grass for one time. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have no issues and everything is fine. And my cows will be happy. Because I was thinking maybe that would be a bit irresponsible of me not to have grass for my cows. But they want hay. Am I right? Look at that. Hay did it. Early morning fashion. Have a good time. I'm hoping that it will be more frequent, yes. I've been in the mood for streaming the past 2 weeks, and there's just been things in the way, and also I haven't had a setup to do it because we changed stuff around, moved and reorganized the home. But now we're back with a setup, so it might be more frequent. We better fill it up because we won't have the time come harvesting season. Oh shit. Who made this hill right here? Lucky me, I'm gonna move this hill. Move. Terraform. Remove it. I can also be driving through. This placement is a little weird, I know. But it was to enable me to have 2 of them. Or even 3 of them. And you can drive through them all. Oh damn, that was close. And I think I can drop it like here. I don't think I actually have to go in. Until it's full. Okay. Or maybe it's that the feeding robot is up. I'm not sure why it closed. Could be full. I don't want this 500 liters in the bucket, so I'm hoping. Ah! The straw pile is in the way. So I can't get it in the hopper. But I don't want to move the pile, because then it will just tip over. So we'll deal with that next time. When we're moving the hay piles. Straw piles. There we go. Oh, I should have checked their bedding. How is their bedding? Oh, their bedding is depleted. Jesus. Never. Oh. So does this fit through the door? Have I tested this already? It seems a little wide. And the field is planted as well. Maybe. Nope. But you can do it from the main door, I bet. What are you talking about, Emil? You make no sense to me. Okay, so even collapsed, I managed to get 8k liters in it. To me that's a little strange perhaps, but I'm not complaining. Unless I hit the door now trying to go in. We're good. There we go, cows. Best tool ever. A little bit like cheating, I will admit it. I have a bale. What do you call them? Shredder. But this is 10 times better, if not more. Oh. What are you doing, cows? Do you need a pet? Little cow. Yeah, pet you on the head. Yeah. Pet you a little bit. Yeah. Who's been a good cow? Huh? Have you done many milkies? You've done many milkies. You go play now. Whee! 34 liters left. Jeez. What am I gonna do with 34 liters? Also, why are these not loading in? Because now there is space. Maybe if I nudge it. Something happened. Not what I wanted though. I guess it was inevitable. Sooner or later it would happen. It makes sounds like it's injecting things. Maybe it's full again. There could have been a bug allowing me to put 500,000 liters of straw and then also hay in here. Because it's only supposed to hold 500,000. So they might have fixed that bug and it won't accept anything until I have diminished the stashes. There we go. Now that baby is clean, serviced, and used. Huh? Who left this door open? Can you close it? Unsure. How much milk do we have? 35,000 liters? Jeez. This area is going to be cleaned up. It's going to be very nice. I think we could put like a chicken coop here, to be honest. It's a long way off from the other stuff, but it would be a good use of the space instead of having this machine. This baler, I'm not sure I'm going to be using it, but I'm not sure that I'm not going to be using it, so I won't sell it just now. And this machine, I'm very unlikely to be using ever again. I much prefer using the bucket method. Much prefer it. My heap looks so empty. Is there anything fun on sale? No. Is there any contracts to be had? I think no. And if not, there is none. If not, we will thank the month of June and roll into the month of July. I'm just gonna quick bathroom break. Are you saying I'm mean to the cows, J. Perry? Yeah. Sorry for being so slow at reading the message as well. Oh, you deserve better, buddy. So I could service the RX-8 before the season starts, and also the forklift. But to do that, it's like I'm not gonna drive the forklift all that way. But we can jump in the pickup truck and go and get the toolbox. Because the pickup trucks is like I really want to put them on a trailer when I move them anywhere. It's like it's a pain. They're slow and uneventful to drive. Why is it such a mess? Shit. Shit, I almost had an incident. That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. It's so long. Oh, that's how you do it. There we go. Toolbox in the truck. Oh, let's strap her down so she doesn't go anywhere. Oh, you can't strap her down. Never mind. Let's not just crash. Let's just not crash. Oh! She's still on there. It's fine. There we go. Let's pull up next to her so we can service the John Deere RX-8. Okay. So. Oh, let's see if we can lift this. There we go. There we go. Let's get started. Huh? There we go. No vehicles? Okay. Maybe I need to be closer. No vehicles. Maybe now? I'm hearing the sound. That's the pickup truck. If I jump in it. If I leave it running, then that's very sus. Very sus. Well then, if it don't want, is it that it's upside down? That wouldn't be the weirdest thing. Woohoo! Should really do a bottle flip now. Epic flip master. There? No way. Are you pulling my leg? Was it that the toolbox was upside down? Unreal. Let's repair my trailers. I know the Karat 140 trailers are like beyond their life expectancy. No, it's not one. Yes, it's one. But I kind of want to keep them, service them. They're special to me. They've been on the farm for a long time. Let's see if we can service it from here. No, we can't. Let's put it down. Okay. Well, that's electric. I mean, when we're here, right? When in Rome. But not the forecast. There we go. Only 1,000. I mean, it's a cheap tool. But still. Only 1,000. Oh. Sorry about that. Let's put it back in the pickup truck. So how was my other pickup truck? That's not how you check it. Ooh, that is a JCB Teletruck, 91%. That's fine. Was there anything else on the list that was... Can we sort by... No. 49. The high dump bucket? How could the bucket be 49% damage? What have I done to it? The favorite definitely needs a service, but fuck the favorite, honestly. I don't have that much money. I have to be conservative. Damn Colin PL75. What's that? What is a damn Colin? Is it like the boogie trailer? Huh. Unsure. That's what sticks out. The damn Colin and the favorite. And the bucket. But that's acceptable. Let's go and check in the warehouse here. Could it be? So the bucket is this one. Dollies. Nope, it's not the dolly. It's not the trailer. Wait. It's not a belt. Is it a size compactor? Nope. Nor is it the shopper. Forestry equipment. It is my tree planter. Where's that even parked? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know where I have my tree planter. How are we doing on cake? I mean, we're here, right? So we might as well just go and check how we're doing on the cake. Shit. We need to deal with that. The loading bay is gonna be packed any minute now. I think there's space to turn around here. So I think I have the tree planter in front of my courtyard down here. But I don't know. Oh, it's over there. I see it. I mean, when we're out and about, right? If it wants to cooperate, let's give it a service. It wants. There we go. Oh, it's a little tight here. Who parked it? I have to climb. This isn't really a parking spot. I'm gonna be honest. When I parked it, I was like, I'm not gonna be using this one for like years. So I just shoved it in the back and forgot about it. But it wasn't my smartest move, was it? Whoa! Shit. My toolbox went flying. Really should have strapped that. Hello? Thank you. Should have strapped it down. Nailed it. Why is there like fertilizer just standing around? It might be herbicide, to be honest. The mess here on the farmyard is unacceptable. I have to consider getting over here with some forks. Same here. Why do I have so much of it? Why do I have so much herbicide? I must have been insane. I mean, this is expensive. Fertilizer. What's this? Fertilizer. Why do I have so much of it spread out in the mess? We can also move this thing here. It's been bothering me for a fair few days. So I don't really have a good space to park this thing. This is not mine, this is one of my neighbors. And I sort of have it on lease. A lease that I don't pay for. It's more of a... He owes me, you know. I hooked him up with his wife and then I saw him with another woman. So I'm kind of inclined to tell on him to his wife because I know her. But a good old extortion deal makes me quiet, you know. So I have his cotton harvester, which I don't really use nor need. But this is the sweetheart in the deal. His Fast Track 4220. This is what makes me happy about this deal. I think I have one of his cotton trailers, right? I don't even know where I have it parked though. Allegedly, I have a cotton trailer, but I don't know where it is. Maybe it's right there. It's right there. Can I move? Carlson. Hi. Can I move it with a forklift? Because I don't have a tractor over here. So it's unlikely because I think this is a ball hitch, right? Yeah, that's a ball. It's not a pin hitch. So I can't do that. Can I lift it? This is like a 3-ton truck, so I don't think so. It's let's be optimistic and spread the forks. Nah, we're gonna have to do that sometime when we drive past with a tractor that can do this. I haven't played for I think 2 months in Karlsson, and I'm really looking forward to the season. I left off having planted and done all the contracts and harvested all the straw, so it's a really good place to continue playing. A lot of fun stuff ahead. The harvesting season being one of the best times of year. Let's wake up bright and early at 6 a.m. We're still in July, right? So I don't think we have anything to harvest. I must go over my fields and get reacquainted with them. I think... Do I have a grass field? I think I decided not to plant any grass this year. Boom. $32,000 in interest. Oof. The property taxes is just... Jeez. Anything used that is fun to have? A rock picker. I've had 2 of these Degelman Signature 7200s. That's a little excessive. And this is the same tank that I have. A really good deal on that. I mean, if I didn't already have one. And I don't need 2. If I had like 10 cow barns, maybe it would be a good time to have 2 of them. So did your year go well, Karlsson? We have a cultivating job. So, I need to double check my tools. I've had cultivation job issues in the past where my cultivators are preparing the field. Basically, I use plows as cultivators and do shallow plowing or deep plowing with the cultivation that finishes. So I can't do plow contracts, and it's overkill for doing cultivating contracts. But I since perhaps have bought something to fix that. I don't remember if I actually purchased it or not. So let's go and check cultivators. Cultivators. No. So I could roll over there with either my big plow here, or I mean the subsoiler. I guess they're both 8 meters, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Or perhaps look into getting. I think I downloaded a cultivator that I thought was interesting. No, I don't have it. Maybe it was a plow. Was it a plow? To be able to plow for contracts? Could be. Could be what I downloaded. Yes, there was a bunch of plows, but I didn't like them. Sheepyard. Nice. Okay. I haven't had sheep in this game, but I look forward to having. So to fix this problem right now, I'm just gonna pony up and use their tractor. Let's borrow his items. It's a little less profit, but I don't really do that kind of job, so I feel I might as well use his gear and get a little less paid. Don't get me wrong, I want to have a nice cultivator one day, but it's not for now. Was this
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, shit. Hi, nice. Was this a... Hello. Was this field 10? 25? Where even is 25? Up in the hills? Is 25 up in the hills? Shit, it's been months since I played. It is. This one. Got it. Coffee. Shit, I have coffee. Shit. Shit, fuck. Shit, fuck. I have coffee. Oh, it's perfect temp. I'm playing with Erengral. Erengral. The Austrian map. Let's make a left. Shit. 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 Chat. Why? Always something, isn't it? I mean, I did. It's not one way, is it? I think it's just one way entrance from here, but you can exit either way. Should have checked for traffic again. This is base game map. Base game map. So it's like Creek something, right? The default maps. Something Creek, Hoyt Bayer, and Erlengrad. They are the 3 default maps. Oh shit! What's going on with this tractor? Is it too light for the implement? I mean, it's quite snappy. I'm gonna be honest. It's fast, but like, what's up? What did I hit there? A leaf? Elmer Creek. Yeah, that's the. Me and Siri, when we got this game first, that's the one we played on then. Oh, it tips in the corners. I see. No turning at speed with this cultivator. How wide is it? It looks like an 8 meter wide. Maybe 6. That's decent. Oh yeah, no fast corners. I think Elmer Creek is a really beautiful map, and it's got some areas to it, like the woodland areas in the north, before you go to the North Hill. Like the hill, basically, right? Before you come over to the sunny side of town. In the far north. That whole area is so intriguing to me. And the highway system is cool. Here we go, field 25. Oh wait, we're driving on field 23. I mean, it's grass, harvested grass. It's not like it really matters. But we could have been a bit more polite, you know. Whee! So I'm gonna put an AI worker on this, if I had the money. I just wanted to go over and check my map, to see... Yeah, I have some things ready to harvest. Indeed. What is that? Is that oats? Yeah. I have oats to harvest. Cool. Quite a lot of it as well. So this is for chicken food, I think. Or flour. You see, when I haven't played for a while, the memory is very, very, very poor. Okay, so since we don't have money to... hire a worker, I guess we'll... Wait. Is it that I was out of the... Wasn't it field 25? I'm like a fool. Why did I read the completed, which is field 25? I'm gonna be on field 10, which is literally on the other side of the map. Because I saw this blinking and I was like, why is it blinking? Jesus. Well, at least it was a scenic drive. If you're new in chat and you think I'm like the worst gamer ever, I appreciate having you here. That you have the patience to put up with me. Oh. Just having a good time. Playing some video games. Well, is it a Wednesday night? No, it's a Tuesday night, right? Man, I swear the weeks fly by. It could be Wednesday. I mean, it's after midnight, so it might be Wednesday. Even if it's a Tuesday, you know? Oh. So how does it feel having a day off, J. Perry? Is it just is this your day off this week? Or will you have more than one day off? I mean, in America, I think it's more common, right, to work 6-day weeks. In Sweden, it's unheard of. I mean, sure, you maybe do some overtime shift here and there, but like 6-day weeks doesn't happen. Swedes needs their 2 days a week, 2-day weekends. Let's go. It feels so slow when you're outside of the cab. When you're in it, you're like 53 kilometers an hour in a tractor. It's fast. Trust me, it's fast. We're gonna do a tricky thing here. So this is a rental. I'm gonna dump the cultivator and pick up my conveyor belt and drive it home to the farm. Oh wait, I have the sprayer as well. This one needs a service. So field 10 should be this one. I mean, the game will tell me, but it won't it? It will tell me. Field 2 is only for contract work. Can't be used in this field. What if I want to? You can't! You can't. Painting the lines like I've been drinking. Just like it should be. It feels weird being off. I think if you spend so much time, like you are, working 6 days a week, right? The one day you're off, don't you have to work for your home? Like, Don't you have like a pile of laundry to do and cleaning up and stuff, and that's what you do the day you're off, which is working as well. And when you do that for enough weeks, right, it's sort of, I imagine, like the social life or the free life, your life, gets so distant that you don't really know what to do if you have an extra day off, because you're so incredibly used to just always working. Who drove here? Pontus! How are you doing, Pontus? Nice to see you. One of the first Twitch staff I met or interacted with was named Pontus. He's the head of partnership manager, just under Ming Lee for Europe. I think Ming Lee is like the main partner manager, boss man, and then it's Pontus. I think. You know what do I know? I don't know a lot. But what I do know is that I'm having a good time. Making stripes since 1995. Well, maybe not 1995, you know. How old was I? 7? Right on, J. Perry. Right on. Fuck that shit. It was time for laundry when you can just Amazon buy new underwear, right? It's not worth your time. Burn them. Burn them. Send them to people you dislike. A year worth of one-time used underwear in a box. Oh, sick on your birthday? That takes a bit of the fun away. I have myself been sick for 3 days. Coming out of it though, feeling stronger today. Still nose, cough, throat. Fever? No. Fever is gone, I think. But 2 days, Sunday, 2 days from now, I had my parents-in-law come over, and I slept the entire day. They were here, and yeah, I definitely did not. I mean, Siri let me sleep. Plus, we didn't want to make them sick, so would have been like waving hi from inside the window. So it was good that I got to sleep, but I slept until like 5-6 p.m. or something like that. Basically a full day. The past weeks, especially, has been the week that was, right? I was doing stuff from morning to evening, no respite at all, and a lot of like brain heavy stuff. It's different if you mix it up with physical stuff, right? So if you spend 5 hours digging in the garden and then 5 hours doing your taxes, that's more balanced than just doing brain stuff for an entire day. Especially when you do it for like an entire week. Learning new stuff. learning new stuff. Absolutely amazing stuff, though. So I'm the cameraman for a streamer called Siri here on Twitch, and we have invested in some new gear. One of them being a gimbal Steadicam, basically, with a vest and all. And we've been kitting that rig out, and it's been challenging, you know, cable management and figuring out how I want to have everything, you know, because having cables going from the Steadicam post over to the vest and the body harness, it's painful. You can't put it down easily because the cables are in the way, and you get sort of tangled both with your hands and with the rig itself, and you tangle yourself into things. I mean, you're quite wide when you operate a Steadicam. So it's hard, right? It's very hard. They still use the Lumix. She talked about the Lumix today. No, she don't use it anymore. She don't. But man, she did for what? As her webcam for streaming, 2-3 years. The amount of hours that poor little camera has seen is it's I mean, I don't think the sensor is burnt out or anything, but it's seen some hours. So it was very brain heavy to learn all the operation, and I don't mean like, oh, which button does what, but like how to think like a Steadicam operator, how to move, how to create good angles. But also I've completely rebuilt, torn down, redone it, I think 12 times. Most of it the past week. It was like 8 hours of work off stream for every stream we made, because when we did the stream, I learned that, oh, that cable can't be routed that way, or this thing is in the way, or that was not a good way to do it. And that's the amazing part about being able to operate the Steadicam in a live environment for, I don't know, 4 hours to 12 hours a time so frequently. I mean, I'm gonna be a professional Steadicam operator in no time. That amount of practice is fantastic. And I go back and watch quite a lot of it, trying to learn what angles doesn't work and what does, and what moves were not nice to watch for the viewer, and try to learn and evolve. I haven't gotten much critique yet from the community of her stream, and that's a good thing, I think, if no one complains, you know. But not a lot of people have given positive critique either, so I don't know. You were surprised you didn't get a notification? Twitch be Twitch, man. I even posted on Discord, serious Discord to be fair, under streamer love. What do you do for living, Pontus? Yeah. Are you at the old people home still, J. Perry? As a nurse? It must be such a demand for staff at a place like that. IT consultant? I see. Are we talking servers or clients? System manager? There's so many different titles within IT consulting. I've never before made a field stripey this way. I will admit it was kind of enjoyable. Faster? I doubt it. but we get to look at it from the map view. Look at that. Look at those stripes, huh? I mean, it's not like it's GPS accurate or anything, but I enjoyed making it. I hope it wasn't too triggering for everyone in chat to watch me go in nonsensical circles. Oh. Oh. Let's see how many slivers I'm gonna be leaving after. So that's what I'm worried about. If anyone is really neat or cares about it being beautiful. So I think I'm gonna run out of width here. Yeah. There's gonna be slivers left. And this is a contract field, right? So as long as I do like 98%, this will be fixed. As soon as I accept the contract, those slivers will be gone. If it was my own field though, that would be unacceptable. And that would be a real time killer. I think that I'm overshooting, you know, leaving like too small of a sliver. That is not a giant time waste, because even if I go up and down, I will overshoot quite a bit. Every pass I do, I'll probably, you know, leave a half a meter of margin not to create slivers. And that efficiency, I don't think outweighs the inefficiencies of making this one too narrow, right? Because this is sort of what I would do in a pass if I wasn't paying full attention. So that I don't think is the issue, but the slivers would be the issue if I did this on my own field. Servers, clients, networks, all the stuff involved with it. Cool. Yeah. I think tech is so much fun. And it doesn't matter if we're wiring up a V-mount battery to a gimbal, or if I'm installing a network switch in a closet. I think it's great fun to work with tech. Just wiring. I wouldn't enjoy being a house electrician, you know? That is too much repetitive work, I feel. I mean, it's like hooking up light bulbs, you know? It's like running wires to electrical sockets, like doing full installs in a new house. I don't think that's for me. Though I mean, if I had to pick a profession, I think I would enjoy it. It's not like my dream job or anything, but I think I would enjoy it. I have my dream job. My dream job is being tech support and camera operator for a Twitch streamer. Getting to be creative every day. It's fantastic. And this is new. Like the way we're streaming. Siri used to stream like this, gaming. She even had a green screen for a while, but most of the time she didn't. But the amount of IRL content she makes now, and is going to be making in the future, it's gonna be a lot of camera work. I'm being a father. That's an amazing job as well, indeed. I'm so used to being a dad that it's not, I don't think about it anymore. It's just I'm just a dad, you know. Before I used to think that, like, well, being a new dad, it was really special. I miss that, and I appreciate having gotten to experience being a new dad. I just thought about it, getting a second kid. Like, I was so sure I wanted it, like 2 days ago. Not yet, but I've been thinking that one is enough, because the first year was so painful, and he's now in a phase where it's mommy everything. I'm very low interest for him, and the first year I was a full-time stay-at-home dad while Siri streamed full-time. So I woke him up in the morning, I fed him all day, and
Thanks
I put
for
him
the
to bed.
follow.
Oh, shit. Is it Harius? Sorry, I have the text too small to read. Well, that I can read. Hi, Harius. No, it's exciting. It's me who set the volume, right? Oh, the scaring me, like, it keeps me alive. Being scared gets your blood pumping. Getting your blood pumping is very good for your heart, and it's invigorating. It's a lot of fun. So I like it. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. So yeah, the first year I was non-stop dad. I mean, I couldn't. He was in my arms when I took a shit. I was alone no time, and I slept 2 hours at a time, if at best, you know. For the first 3 months, a baby sleeps 1 to 2 hours a time, and then they do that like 10 times a day. And me as an adult, I struggle to fall asleep immensely. So taking naps, I'm so bad at it. So yeah, I was sleep deprived, severely sleep deprived for 14 months, I think. Averaging 2 to 6 hours a day. Consequences? Yeah. When you don't sleep, you're way more hungry. When you're sleeping, the body is like exerting a chemical in your body that makes you not be hungry. But when you don't sleep, you're hungry all the time. And the stress eating, because you don't like, you can't eat, so you have to. If you're alone with a baby and like he needs care all the time, it's stressful. So yeah, I gained like 30 kilos in 14 months. Whew. But it's going. I'm losing it. We're getting back on track. Kaffe for livet. Huff, ikke hatt tid å game senaste uken. That's week, right? Job and Retcom for, I don't know what that means. To me it sounds like the right helmet, but I don't think you're saying the right helmet. You have a Ford 4100. Is it blue and white? Amazing tractors. Iseki. Oh, is it like a mini tractor or just an Iseki like mid-sized tractor? 60s tractors. I'm good, thank you. I've been sick for a couple of days, but I'm getting better. I'm still on the verge of coughing in almost everything. Raz. Oh, a two-wheels tractor? That's something. Well, the Iseki, right? The Iseki is a two-wheel tractor. Because the Ford 4100 is a... I don't know. What do I know? I thought that was a big tractor. Like, not big, but... You know. When I was younger... saying that without sounding old, I'm only 34. I could easily go around with 4 hours of sleep. Easy. But when I say 4 hours, I don't mean 4 hours continuously. I more mean like several 30-minute naps throughout the day. Yeah, 54 horsepower? Dude, you can pull a barn with that thing. Do you have a front loader on it? So I am half Norwegian, or a third, fourth, depending on how you do the math. My mother is imported from Norway, or adopted as some might call it. But I'm born in Sweden, and I've been to Norway like 3 times in my life. Not very good at reading it, nor speaking it. It's like the words I know are from jokes and memes. That's about it. So there's this YouTuber I follow. I think he has 300 subs or something like that. Like nothing. He's from Finland, and he does honestly why he's not streaming I don't know, because I think he would get more viewership from streaming. He gets like 10 views or so on his videos, which I'm one of them, and I have no idea how I found him. Maybe it was through, he has a 2.5 ton I think mini excavator, and I was searching a lot around like mini excavator videos before we got ours. So maybe I stumbled upon his excavator. He has a self-built tilt bucket on it that I think is pretty cool. And he, I believe, has a Ford 4100. Or maybe something slightly larger than the 4100. But he has one of those blue and white 70s Ford tractors. I almost want to look it up what it is now. And his videos are so calm and fairly unedited, fairly like some time lapses, but not like bunch of camera angles and cinematic production value. Not like that. More like I get the feeling that he's just documenting the stuff he does on the farm for his own sake, putting it out there. Very similar to how I did when I streamed at our old house. It was not like I didn't care about getting viewers or entertaining people. Sure, it was a lot of fun having chat with me, so I wasn't just out working by myself. But the main reason I did it was to archive what I do. The idea came from my girlfriend, who is a streamer as well, right? We were looking through her archives. She's been streaming for 8 years, I think. And we were looking at her like super old clips when she was so young. And I saw the value in archiving what we do as streamers. And I streamed at the time, but I didn't save anything. I don't have anything saved from the first 3 years of streaming. 4 maybe. And that saddens me greatly. And this was before Twitch had clips. So I have a highlight reel. That's pretty much it for my first year. So I have enough to remember the times. But there's so many golden moments that I don't have. Like, if Twitch clips was like a thing back then, holy shit, it would be so many fails and silly moments. Because I have changed a lot as a streamer. I used to be the clown, the energetic 5 Red Bulls per stream clown. And now I'm like playing for me, having fun for me, and it makes it more fun to have you guys to talk to. It does, but I'm not trying to impress anyone. But my goal was to do it for a living back then. Now it's more it is money. Don't get me wrong. I have a few subs, 30 maybe, you know. It was fun. Wasn't there like a third-party site for clips? There was, but not when I started. They sort of started popping up at year 2, I think, in my streaming, or at least they weren't popular before. Let's put the fertilizer here. Oh, sorry for that bad turn. Very different versions of me indeed. And it very much reflects who I was as a person and who I am as a person. It's like, I'm saying I was a clown, but I wasn't someone that I didn't identify with. It was how I lived my life. You know, fast and exciting. But I don't care for the good or the bad stuff. Now I'm more laid back and I have a lot of care for myself, for my family, for others, for my friends, for the world. Caring is heavy, man. The COVID thing was mentally quite challenging. Knowing what to do, following what everyone else does. I mean, in Sweden, like, no one wore a mask. I don't want to get into it, but like, we were the kinds at first who like stayed at home for a month at a time. Bulk bought groceries. I mean, we did that. To be fair, we did that already before COVID, because we lived in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. I might have taken a drive on it, yes, Japer. I was driving around and I forgot what I was doing, and I mangled it. This field is ready to harvest oats. Shall do that. I'm just gonna go and pick up the conveyor belt. So yeah, a lot of care is heavy to have, but it's so rewarding. I mean, being conscious of your own limited lifespan and being conscious of the world's limited resources, I think it enriches my life altogether. But since it's a new thing, right? I used to be the kind of guy who always drove too fast with my car. I did burnouts. I wouldn't have stopped for an animal. Like definitely, I was young, dumb, and careless. Dude, maybe we should do something about the spout. Maybe we should take in the hopper thingy, and then lower the whole thing so it doesn't tip on their own. Oh man. So yeah, I've changed a lot. And to anyone who thinks it sounds boring, I encourage you to find another streamer. Not that I'm sophisticated by any means, and not that I'm only looking for people of a certain type. I enjoy hanging out with every type of person. It's just, I have to be real, and I don't believe in false advertising. So if I scare anyone away, it's just good, because sooner or later we would have clashed as individuals, you know? It's good. This is also true, JP. And working on your legacy, right? How long you will continue to live after you die. That starts when you're young. Because to achieve a heritage worth remembering, we gotta care about the people in our that are closest to us, our family, our friends. A lot about them, and we also need to care about what we spend our time doing. In order to have that sort of influence that would create something worth remembering, something worth being remembered for. Unless we're lucky and invents a really cool thing, of course. But I mean, we could also win the lottery and be famous for that, right? Oh, this is not gonna work without a little bit of reversing. That's not a big problem. It's gonna be fine. We'll get her in here. Look at that. Boop. Perfect. Now we can dump this tractor, because this is a rented tractor. Field 10. Collect. And she's gone. Okay, in the harvester we go. I'm pretty sure we harvest oats with the X9. But I am somewhat unsure. Let's go. Well, before we go with the harvester, right? We're gonna need a grain tank. I don't think we're gonna need the whole train. I think we could leave maybe a cart or two. Should we? You know, honestly, we could probably ditch both of the carrots. Oh. The dolly always confuses me. And go for the fast track again. Because we don't have a long transport, right? So we could empty the harvester and then go and dump it right away in the grain bins. And then get to use the fast track instead. The fast track doesn't really have the power to pull the full train. And it's only oats, like it's not a huge harvesting job. It's like what, 5 hectares. yeah. J-Perry, do that. Did you know that fishes, speaking of farts and underwater, fishes love human feces? Not every breed of fish, but a lot of them eat human feces. So if you were to swim down underwater and poop, fishes would come and like nom 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 nom. Weird to think about. And fishes are smart animals, right? Like most animals. So if you were to swim down underwater, poop at the same spot as a regular occurrence, right? The fishes would pick up on that, and they would come and be so stressed to eat your feces that you wouldn't be allowed to finish. They would like try to get in your butt cheeks and like nom 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 at your feces. Think about that next time you're swimming. What am I even talking about? This is a farming game. Why am I even... Hello? I apologize. My brain sometimes is disturbing. Can I get through here? Someone has parked a pickup truck. This was not where I thought awesome. Who the fuck parked a pickup truck? Can I get past either way? I didn't think about that when I just thought it was a good spot to park the the head trailer. But I don't think it was a very good spot when it comes to it. So I have about 15 inches on this side, but the pole for the rock crusher is hitting. So if I manage to get it like perfectly in between, I think there's a chance. But it is, as they say, slim. Oh my god. Are you shitting me? I'm touching the brick. And how much? How much? Huh? How much is that? There is space, if you ask me. But like, I can't be arsed. And I can't go on the other side either of the thing. Okay, maybe if I'm really smart about it. No, I'm stuck though. We're gonna get out. No worries. There we go. Maybe if I'm like looping myself around the building, because they're so staggered, right? So if I do this, and then we need to turn on the harvester so we don't ruin the crops by driving in the field. Oh. And we should be able to swing around. A little bit weird entering the field here, but it's fine. That's the least of my worries. Rather than loading it on the head trailer again, moving the head trailer, what? 30 meters. 10. And then loading it up again. then I'd much rather just start the field in a bit of a awkward spot. I accept that. So here we go, collecting more straw. I am actually unsure in this game if the straw, if I swat it out and cultivate it down, will that count as fertilizer? I'm unsure about that. So slowing down on the headlands not to leave a big lump of straw in the back. I really want to build a road here to the right of the camera along the fence. It'd be so nice with a road. Though that lamp post is in the way to make a super useful road. It will be still be a good road, but it will eat up a lot of field area. But farming this close to a fence is it's a nightmare. It's not a nightmare. I'm being dramatic. So, Alaskan cod am eating doo-doo? Probably not. I mean, yeah, maybe. But doo-doo is nutrients, you know? It's like one of the best fertilizers in the world. So, we're basically eating recycled doo-doo, whatever we eat. To a sense, like we're eating dead humans and animals when we eat lettuce, right? Because the molecules in our bodies just getting composted over and over and over again. That's strange. So the first lap filled 44%, so I don't need to empty. Because I mean, next lap will be smaller, right? But I'm gonna sort this mess out. And then do a turn. So it's important to slow down, let the machine finish. Otherwise your straw swats will be all over the place. Absolutely. If it wasn't so taboo, like if our neighbors wouldn't just freak out, I'd definitely take shit on my lawn. I mean, I might dig a little hole and bury it, because it smells for the first week, but then it's nothing. And after like 2-3 weeks, it's so dry that it just crumples if you step on it. But yeah, when we were looking for houses before we bought this one, this house is it's a fairly modern. It's built in 1974 and it's got working toilets, no worries. But we were looking a lot at farms with derelict old houses with definite needs of changing all the plumbing. Some of them didn't have running water, but the buildings was nice, and the land, more than anything, was spectacular. So then I tried to convince Siri that, hey, we can use a composting toilet until we can afford to build a water closet. and she was not on board with that. And I understand her. But now, I think it was like a month ago, she was like, man, we're wasting a lot of resources every time we poop on the toilet. Because it's a lot of nutrients, right? It's compost, it's food for our plants, our flowers, our vegetables, right? Sure, with human feces, you really want to wait, I think 2 years before you grow food in it. To make sure all the bacteria is dead. It's supposedly 8-12 months should be enough. But it's a gamble not worth taking, and I would say 18 to 24 months. You know, just to be safe. Plus water. I mean, every flush is 5 liters of water or more that you could have watered your garden with. And you pay for it. I mean, we pay for it. We pay $4 per 1,000 liters. We pay $4. So it's like, well, why don't we just do it outside? But yeah, it's a little bit weird and awkward. But if we were looking for a house today to buy, I think Siri would have been down for a property that needed a renovated toilet that we couldn't afford to renovate until we made more money, and just save up for it and renovate it when we have the time and money, and use a composting toilet until then. Hi, Dunpill. Hi. Oh, I missed a little bit. Oh, damn. My straw swats will be messed up now. Fuck. I'll likely just mow it down. We're getting a little bit full, to be honest. Training your son in a literal cesspool? What do you mean? Training him? You mean on the lawn? We, where we live now, we have a municipal soccer field, like a tiny soccer field for, I don't know, maybe play 5-on-5. But that I look forward to when he, in a year or so, then he and I can go there and play football, because it's just like 100 meters from the house. It takes a minute to go there. So that's gonna be fun. And it's not just for, you know, for playing football. We can also play cub. We can also play croquet. We can fly kites. Although we can probably fly kites better on a little bit more open areas. Like there is a big football field in town, like quite modern, with multiple pitches. For the size of the city, or village rather, there's 400 and something people living in this village that we live in. How do you do the spout? I don't remember. That's indicator. That's indicator. Isn't that spout? Do I have to bring up the helper? Oh no. Oh, the handyman's dream. Okay. I see what you mean. Like the renovation project. Yeah. I wouldn't have an issue with that, Dumpill. No, I don't. I don't have an issue with that. Though, I'm glad we... You know what? Part of me would have been super happy getting a renovation project, and a part of me is really glad we didn't get a renovation project. It's very... both good and bad. I realized I could have dumped it straight into the silo rather than in the trailer, right? Because the silo is right there. Oh, you got an ad? Whoops. I wouldn't have mind racing my kid in a renovation project. I would have been fine with that. But I'm glad we ended up where we did. Like, it's super convenient, and for work it's been fantastic having him here, because preschool, oh, that didn't work as I wanted it. There we go. We have preschool 150 meters away, so most of the properties we looked at getting were in the middle of nowhere, and we basically have a preschool on our block, and I love that convenience, and that has allowed me and Siri to focus on work, which is really good. Yeah, so I'm glad we went down the road we went with getting this house rather than a renovation project. And there's a bunch of renovation projects on this house as well if we would want to, but there's nothing that needs to be done. Which is quite reassuring. Let's dump some oats. I can't imagine oats being a highly sought after commodity in the harvest season. But we can always check. So oats I do for flour. What's the price fluctuation at 1200? So flour isn't even good. So yeah, I don't really want to sell it, but it's always nice checking the mill, which is the closest one, I believe. 700. Is that shit? Which is what I expected. I mean, it's harvesting season, so there's plenty of oats to go around. Let's drive over the field. We just harvested, so it doesn't matter. Oh, let's see. I mean, we can't predict where we're gonna be most in need, but let's just park it along the field line here. And then go back for our harvester. Let's fold it up so we don't get a bunch of dust in there. This thing is speedy on the road. It's got so much horsepower that the acceleration is just mind-boggling for a vehicle of this size. What was I saying? That's the question of the century, Dumphill. I hope I drove far enough so I can park the head trailer and hook up. Ooh, can't go further than that. That's probably far enough. It's a little tight with the other field, and it's cotton field, I think. Right. Yeah. I don't want to put my wheels in that shit. That shit is worth a fortune. So I might struggle to get her hooked up, to be honest. Oh! I had her. I have her. Never mind. Easy for a professional. Oh, and then there's a car. Why is there always a car spoiling the fun? How am I gonna let you through here now? Huh? You weren't thinking about that, were you? You're not leaving me any space. There's no more space for me to... Oh, actually, I can reverse. Unless you want to go straight. If you're gonna go straight, I'm gonna off you, man. I'm gonna go out on my combine, grab the shotty, and just make compost out of you. It does, Dumpio. It does. we're not rich by any means. Far from it. We actually, I mean, we imagine this. We bought the cheapest house in Sweden that didn't need renovations, and I mean that quite literally. We scoured, or I scoured, about 300 house ads a day for 8 months, finding the absolute cheapest house in Sweden that didn't need renovations. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think you could have found a, like, in the outskirts of the most northern parts of Sweden, you could have found a house of this quality for the money. And it's not even in a neighborhood where there's any crime or anything, you know? It's like, it's calm, nice, retired people, super sweet, dead end street, close to preschool. There's a lake 800 meters away, so it's like a 1 minute bike ride, and you can go to a lake and swim, and it's fantastic. But there's no job opportunities here, and to every city you need to drive for like an hour. But there's 3 larger cities within an hour, so there's variation and fun adventures you can take. So overall, like, we really enjoy living here because we work from home. And yes, missed the spot. Oh yeah, in the absolute corner. That amount of oat won't even make porridge. We probably would though. Probably would make a bowl of porridge. So yeah, we live cheap. We don't travel on vacations or holidays. We do the best we can. And not to mention that Zero Stream has every year since the beginning of time made more money. And we work harder, we do new things, grow her community, and finding new ways where streaming can be a part of our life, so we can both be effectively stay-at-home parents, but also work. That's sort of our dream. And so far it's been working out. Oiler from Kuwait. Blackjack is a big part of it. He is, but he doesn't do, I don't know in percentage, but it's nice. You would read my guide on how to search for houses on Hemnet, dude. I literally thought about that. Like, I spent 6,000 hours. Between 6,000 and 10,000 hours on house hunting, and I thought, like, man, I got really good at this. And now I thought to myself, like, what a useless skill to have in life. Hemnet is a house hunting marketplace. It's like the marketplace in Sweden. It's consolidating like all of the listings from all of the vendors. And yeah, it's a skill to search for houses, knowing what to look for. Every house we went to visit in real life was true to my expectations, and that made me so confident that the house we bought it sight unseen. So buying a house is, for most people, us included, the largest and most important decision they make in their life. And yes, I'm not kidding, we had not inspected this house before we bought it. We traveled down, signed the papers, And yes, we looked over the house for half an hour when we signed the papers. But we had already had a verbal agreement that we would sign the papers. But legally and technically speaking, we could have backed out. You know, there's no point in lying here. We still had the chance, because until the papers are signed, or rather until the deposit is paid, which you do when you sign the papers, both the seller and the buyer can back out. And it was one of those instances where we had a verbal agreement on buying this house for X amount, and we celebrated in champagne. And a day later, the broker calls and like, hey, there's another bid. We're like, we won the bidding. Yeah, but there was a German couple who walked past the street. They weren't at the showing or any of the showings, but they walked past because they didn't have the time to. They weren't in town. But now they went past it and they checked that from the outside, and they won a bid. So yeah, and we were like, F you. So they raised the bid by 20,000, or they made us raise the bid by $20,000 dollars. So that sucked. It went from being a super affordable, like a steal of a house, to being well priced, affordable house. Like we're with our monthly payments for what we're getting, we're super happy. But sure, if we wanted to sell the house in 2 months, it would be it wouldn't be a guaranteed money back. Oh, stop. This is an issue when running on cruise control. When the hopper is full, the machine just lifts the head and keeps driving like a maniac. So you can ruin your crops. Damn. I won't fit, will I? I didn't plan this so well. I should have... okay. It's more like... Because you paid the down payment, right? Which is... Is it 15%? I don't even know. So the only difference it made to us was the down payment, which I mean I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like $4,000 extra, maybe. And then on the down payment, I think it's like 50, $60 extra a month. So it's not nothing, but it wasn't like we're not gonna get the house because of that, because it's still a good deal. Sure, yeah, sure. It sucked, but it's okay. Scammed? We felt scammed in the moment, definitely. We were so pissed at the sellers, but then we had to ask ourselves, how would we have reacted? Because until they have met us, from their point of view, we are someone who they closed the bid with, yes? But we never saw the house. And to buy a house sight unseen is rare to the point where it's just unfathomable for a Swede to buy a house unseen. And they have no guarantees that we will actually pull through, right? We could have just scammed our way through the bidding with no intent of even buying the house. Until they have their deposit, they have no security that we will buy the house. And here comes another bidder, If we had been there, they had gotten a great impression of us, and the broker was really confident in us as a client, maybe the broker would have said like, aren't you afraid that they're gonna back down? But now the broker had spoken to and been in contact with a new bidder. He probably didn't know them from before, that I can't say, but he felt like they would not just come in at this closed bidding and start that up to be dicks, So he was sure that, well, piss them off, but you have one who will pay more. And as a seller, never having met us, and someone is just offering them more money on the table, and there's no legal obligations. They're well within their rights to do so. If I was them, wouldn't I have done the same? Because the new bidder upped us with $10,000 on their first bid, right? On their first bid. It's like, would you say no to $10,000 when you've done all the work in cleaning and putting up the pictures and all the expectations you have for selling the house? It's hard to say no to that. And then we raised them with $2,500, and they raised with like $2,500, and then we raised with $2,500, and they raised with $1,000, and we raised, no, they raised with $2,500, and we had said 1.3 million Swedish, $130,000 ish, is our limit for this house. This house is not worth more, in our opinion, or that's a fair price rather. So we were, before we won the bidding, we were willing to pay 1.3 million, and we won the bidding
for the follow.
1.1 million. Dempsey? Hello, buddy. We won it at 1.1 million the first time, and we thought it was a steal. And then they back and forth. Dempsey. And then they put the 1.3 million bid, and I said, "Fuck it." And then my partner Siri, she's like, "But what if that they also had a limit of 1.3?" And now she's starting to sound like a gambling addict at Vegas. She's like, "Oh, but what if I just pawn my watch? We'll get all the losings back, right?" She started to sound like that, like, just one more bid, just one small. What if the roof is 1.3?
Thanks for the sub.
Dunpeel.
Dunpeel Hunter 87 subscribed. Here is 0.02% back duck bills.
Dude, thank you. I'll have something to say about that, but I'll finish my story. So she puts in a bid at $500. Not kidding. $500. And the broker calls back and say that the other one has left the bidding. So apparently 1.3 were their max. And they bid $1,000, $2,500, $2,500, $2,500, and then we bid $500 over them, and they fold. Best spent $500 ever. We got to move into the house 3 weeks after we bought it, which is like a record quick, which was perfect because we had a contract that we rented, that we then currently rented, where we could get out of it within a month. So we got 3 weeks on the move in and 1 month on the move out. We moved the whole house and everything in 3 days, and we still haven't packed all the boxes. So it was very fast at moving, very slow at getting into the new house. We moved from 65 square meters, or maybe like 45 actively usable square meters, because it was a small house, into this, which is 135 square meters plus garage plus 15 square meter guest house or shed or whatever you want to call it. So it's a lot of things to get into, and we decided to focus on work, getting back in business, finding new ways, finding our way forward in the future, because we had completely different life goals and life plans, and everything of that like was sort of put on ice. We still feel put on ice on our goals and dreams, but this house was convenient, and it really facilitated us being good parents to a child. So this house is fantastic. They always knew, yeah. So the bidding is open. So both the buyer and seller, everyone knows, right? Everyone knows. So they said no, knowing that we bid $500 over them, and they could, I mean, they could bid $100. They can bid $50. I will show you guys a clip that is you're gonna love it. Okay, I'm just need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Yes. So, Dunpeel, I was gonna say something about your sub. Thank you kindly. It's not just 0.02%. It means so much more, because you might be back subscribing next month, so then it's 0.04, and you might enjoy this community, me, my family, both Siri and me, for the rest of your life, meaning it could be thousands of dollars over a lifetime. So it's way more than that. And another part of it is that you motivate me as a streamer. You justify me being here, which makes me very happy. The feeling of the appreciation that someone spends their hard-earned money, you know, to not get ads and to make my life better. That motivation and the passion makes me a better content creator. And that might make me earn more money from other people choosing to subscribe. So it's like it's a trickling effect that has more meaning than you first see and imagine. So subs mean more than the money you spend for a streamer. This, I think, is a universal truth on Twitch. And a lot of people don't realize this. And I mean a lot of streamers, and not just viewers, but a lot of streamers don't realize how it's not just $5. It means more than that. I was going to show you guys a clip. Because now we're speaking about the house, and it's so perfect of a clip. Siri was live when we bid on the house. So she was bidding during the live stream. From the first bid to actually winning the bidding was done on live stream. This is the first bidding, right? This is the first bidding. So it's like 8 months ago. And Doyan was there. Yeah. 4 years ago. Wow. I sorted by date. All clips. It's probably a highlight. Highlight. Can you search? Oh, you can only search for categories. Once upon a time, Siri bid on a house 9 months ago. Okay, I'll show you.
Yay, it worked. Try writing 1831 to see if it works. I'm just curious to see. I'm not gonna make the bid.
Of course you can.
You think so? Oh,
Not gonna make the bed.
oops.
Unclear accidentally bid 1 million.
Yeah. Yeah. Just showing off that you are there. That's great.
Hi, I'm interested. That was an accident.
That's how we do it.
I've never even seen one place such a low bid.
It's behind the Pusbuga logo. We don't see it.
Wait, you can't outbid yourself?
I'm guessing it's 1,000.
So that she bid $100 extra, right? So the others is bidding $2,500, $2,500, and then Siri comes in and like $100.
But it's still gonna be there. It's still gonna be part of the bidding. I feel.
So the seller's like, okay, there's this person coming into the bidding $100. What kind of cheapskate are them?
1,000 crowns. That's $100, guys.
It's nothing.
Who bids?
Let's fast forward a little bit.
$100 higher.
'Cause I'm pretty sure they bid quite quickly
Oops.
after that. Yeah, that's Doyan in the background.
Yep.
I didn't do 10,000. I did 110,000. Oh dear. There's no consistency. I'm tired. Oh, what did you do? My brain might have broken a bit.
A little bit. Just
Honest,
this much.
the bid was 895, and my brain just went like, well, that's $1 million now. 10 over, and just skipped an entire 100,000.
She was gonna bid $1,000,
I might have been streaming for too long.
and she bid
just-
$10,000 in one go. Yeah.
Well, now we're all in.
Yeah. All in.
That is
So the first bid was
weirdest number.
$100,
They're gonna be like,
and
what
her
are these
second
people
bid
doing?
It was
$1,000,
$10,000.
and then we do 15, and then we do 110.
That makes sense, right? That makes absolutely sense.
Johannes, do you want me to call the broker? Should we just? Should we keep it?
Now she's like, should we
keep the bid?
call them and take the bid
Did
back?
I
Because you can do that.
accidentally do the best thing ever? I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Hi,
I'm
Surfer.
freaking out.
Good evening.
Johannes, I'm so sorry. Can't be trusted with anything, apparently.
That is true.
It's not like I've accidentally bid 100K before. Someone outbid us! Oh, bidder one showed their big pants and bid 1,100,000.
So someone up 10,000 as well.
They just went in with 95,000.
Oh,
We went in with 110. They went in with
$9,500.
95.
Step away.
Yeah, really, Dumpy. It's like
5 million.
mental mind games. Tiny bit,
Now we just need
huge
someone
bit.
to accidentally do a cheer with an extra zero added to the end.
So a lot of people think that there's strategies in bidding for houses. Like, oh, do big bids and it seems like you have a lot of cash. Or I don't believe in that. I believe that people have a set goal and they will break it. They'll go a little bit over, no matter how much you bid or how much you don't bid. People will bid if they want it. If it's a good house, this is the thing as well. If the house is good, people will want it. People will buy until they can't afford no more. So you just set your own limit. And whichever numbers you enter to get there, only faith will will show if you get it or not, and if you get it for a lower price than you can afford. So yeah, just bid whatever number you want. We got the house eventually, after a roller coaster of it was fun. It was fun. Oh shit, yeah, this was in the middle of her subathon. She did a uncapped subathon in September last year, 9 months ago. And we were bidding on this house during that subathon. Jeff Coleman, you seem like a lovely person. Cool. Do we have the house confirmed?
Whoa. What's happening? Who's that? Hold on. Why didn't that ring? Why didn't that ring ring?
Säljarna här nu som bekräftade att de gärna vill gå vidare med er, så att nästa steg här är ju just att få skriva ett kontrakt med er. Så hör gärna av er när ni har möjlighet, så tar vi och bokar in det. Tack så mycket. Hej hej.
So beautiful moment. Such a beautiful moment. Look at that Coney.
I have to call the broker. I have to talk to Johannes.
I was out mowing my lawn, listening to a stream, so you can hear me here.
I have to talk to Johannes.
Listen. You can hear me pulling up right outside the window because I was listening. I mean, I'm sure it was a delay of 30 seconds or something. Hi, Jamster, dude.
Johannes is mowing the lawn. Johannes is mowing the lawn with Ebbe in his lap, and Ebbe has like big ear protectors on, so they're mowing the lawn together. So cute. I have to call the broker right away. I have to.
Yeah. So that's the story on how we bought the house. You want to see this video of Ebbe?
No.
Eating. Tries to blow. Gives up.
No.
Tastes it instead with his fingy. Ah, wasn't very good.
Oh, I tasted it.
Yeah.
Only Ebbe.
Oh.
Only Ebbe.
Oh, I tasted it.
Yeah.
Great movers indeed. It was a blast. Moving was so much fun. Chat. We had 3 people from Sweden and 1 person from Denmark, who is from the Netherlands, but she was in Denmark, come and help us move. So we were like a dream team, just getting it done. It was a lot of fun. Very enjoyable. The whole moving process. It wasn't too fast, right? But it felt too fast. So I'm thinking, like, on the comment, like, it grows up so fast. I think for a lot of people, this will be their first baby that they will sort of be a part of them growing up. Because a lot of people on Twitch are single in our community. A lot of people don't have kids, and a lot of people are both young and old, but without kids. Maybe they have a niece or nephew, whatever. The difference being that family, many of us don't see our family that often. Many of us are not that into our families. That we truly like witness them growing up. But for the stream, especially regulars, they get to see Ebbe almost on a daily basis. The screen was broken. This here, on my right, it was a thermos. Or is it weird? Like the green screen is like super janky. I don't know. Is it? Or is it up here? Is that better? So this is just a proof of concept. I'm sitting in a sofa and I've covered the whole sofa in green screen fabric. But for the background and like around my head, did I miss a spot? On the green screen or upper right corner. I'll try. I'll try to do something on that. But yeah, this is yeah, I wanna make it better. I wanna make it real good. Because if you're gonna have a green screen, it's gonna be good. This is like a 5-minute setup. No, not even lying. It's good enough as it is right now, I think. But it's quite frizzy around my hair, and that's distracting in longer streams. I want to have like a really clean, perfect green screen cutout. So that's a we're gonna make that happen. Maybe we should get a 444 capture card, so we can do like ingest a 4K 444 stream video feed. I mean, from the now I'm streaming with the Sony A7S Mark 1, but in series setup she has a Sony A7S Mark 3, which can do 4K 60 444, and that would be sick for a green screen cutout. But then we need to buy a $1,000 capture card. Is it worth it? Is it worth it, chat? Is it worth it? Probably not. Just ironing this this screen, putting it up a little bit better, and putting a line on it. It's probably gonna be enough. VR headset, yeah, that's gonna be a thing, but that's gonna be played downstairs. More space to dance around. So we're gonna have to, because Siri took a bet with Blackjack on her birthday that if Blackjack gifted her a Apple Watch, she would play horror games in VR. I don't know what she's gonna play, but something. And video card prices is coming down, yeah, probably. Yeah. But we have a friend who is a VTuber, and he has a spare HTC Vive, because since it's his living, right? He bought a spare, so if in case anything breaks and he has to send it under warranty, or if he has to send it, like if he breaks it, whatever, you don't have to wait months to get a new one shipped. No, he has the Index, the Valve Index. So he just bought a second one to have laying around in case it breaks. I love that. And he said because we borrowed it when he first got it. We borrowed it from him, and he said we can borrow it whenever we want, basically. Yeah. She did try VR horror for 5 minutes, and then she almost threw up. It beats me why she made this bet. I mean, it's a combination of it being too scary for her, and that's fun, but also some of the VR games made her so nauseous that she probably would have thrown up, literally, if she kept playing. And I had that experience playing VR chat. The games has been working fairly okay. I've been feeling like some nausea, but then I played a mini game within VR chat, and I got nauseous for hours after gaming. Like, it was awful. To the point where I think that's like the biggest issue with VR, that many people need to train themselves to be able to accept it. My buddies who's playing regularly, they say that it's fine, that they sort of got used to it. Some of them say that they never were motion sick or nauseous, and some of them say they were, but they've gotten that it's gotten completely good from there. I mean, I'm talking friends that I have who sleeps in VR. They like go into a room together with other people and they fall asleep together and wake up in the morning like the batteries are run dead on the controllers and stuff, but they like talk to each other, wake up, like live through VR, and I think it's an amazing world, and I think it is the future. I think in the future the VR is going to be so good that we'd rather live in VR than outside of VR, and that's going to be a huge change for the civilization of the mankind. Like it's gonna be environmentally super well, because we will use so little resources always being in VR rather than driving around in our car meeting people, you know. What's the movie called? Like The Matrix. There's a series called Uploaded. Ready Player One as well, yeah. There's a lot of films in this sort of, in the sense of this concept, because I truly feel it is my gamble and bet that that will be the future. That VR will be so good that we won't want to be in the real world. And when I say that to my parents, they're like, "Oh, I don't want to live in a world where we don't want to be outside." And I'm like, well, I don't think you grasp the concept. It will be so good that you by choice rather do that. Why wouldn't you want to live in a world which is so amazing that you give up on the normal world, right? And they can't grasp that concept. They don't believe that ever will happen. I might not believe that will happen in their lifetime. In my lifetime, yeah, I actually think so. I actually think so. Which is why I actually kind of believe in NFTs. I kind of do. Chat, do you know what an NFT is? Do you own any NFTs? Do you believe that it will be a thing? I ask too many questions and I don't know what you're answering, Doyan. Why can't we, Jefferco? Why can't humanity be in a virtual world? All of us. Why can't we live in a golden age? I have so many interesting comments on this, and I would love to hear your take. Because I don't know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong in so many things. And I love discussing, because that makes it... Getting other people's point of view can help you form a stronger opinion and change your mind about things. And that's really useful. You think it would be really unhealthy? It's like... Okay, imagine working as a bricklayer. You get physical exercise, spending a lot of time outside. One of the things that makes us die is cancer. And cancer is cell mutation. And cell mutation happens when we damage our DNA. It's like the DNA, the code that makes us constantly renew ourselves, right? We renew our entire body. Like the skin is completely renewed within a couple of years. You don't have a part of your skin that you had 5 years ago. It's completely renewed. And a lot of our organs are constantly renewing parts of itself, cells and structure, like just renewing itself. And it does that from the DNA. But when we get older, parts of the DNA gets sort of messed up, defragmented, broken. So then when we build new cells with these broken codes, this broken DNA, anomalies happen. And those anomalies is what we call cancer. And it's the most common cause of death in the human race. And things that makes us... that creates these anomalies are exposure to sunlight. The UV in the sunlight changes our DNA. It breaks it down and it damages, which is why sunscreen is so important. But even sunscreen is not enough. We're covering clothes when you're outside. What we eat, the food we eat, especially burnt food, like barbecue, like black stuff, the char, that is very harmful for our DNA. Meat, in many cases, are. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegan, by the way. I eat meat, but it is true that meat is one of those things that plays with our DNA in a negative part, which changes our lifespan, our longevity. So the perk of being in the VR world, although I mean it's unhealthy in a lot of other ways and a lot of other things we would need to overcome, but being outside is not good for humans. It isn't. Fresh air is good for humans, but just generally being outside, not good for humans. Now, if you're only in VR, our muscles will deteriorate, and it's proven that we live longer when our hearts work very strongly, right? Sort of being needing to hunt for food, needing to provide for a family, these are things that makes us live longer. The fight within us, so to say. It's really, really common that when your spouse dies, right? When you're old and retired, you can be in perfect health, and then your spouse dies. It's very common for the living partner to die within a year, and there's no scientific reason why that would happen. And to me, that means that
Thanks for the follow.
when your partner dies, when your significant other dies, and your grandkids don't need you, and your kids, they have their own life, and like maybe you don't even live in the same city, so you never see your grandkids or kids, and you live that lonely life without your life partner that you spent 50 years with every day, that the sorrow within you makes you lose your will to fight, and you don't really serve a purpose. You are old, and your body works, but it can't do any work. You can't be useful more than maybe financially useful if you have savings, right? And that's not enough to satisfy a human being. You can't just watch TV shows all day and expect it to live 60 more years. We need to be productive in a way. That's a human condition.
Thanks for the follow.
We need to be productive. So that's why I think we die. Because we're not needed. And in this VR world, I'm not sure we could trick ourselves to think that we are needed, that we're doing a good service to humanity, to ourselves, to our family, to our community. I think VR is going to take over the social bits of the human race eventually. I think it's going to be where we entertain ourselves almost exclusively in the future. I think it's going to be where we work. If we have office jobs, programming, computer stuff, business meetings, all of the intellectual work, I think, will be done in VR in the not so distant future. I think offices will be obsolete. And then there's always that, until robots get advanced enough, the physical labor, bricklaying, house building, electricians, chefs, all of that will still be a job that isn't in VR until the robots advance. But I think the robots will advance to the point where manual labor is no longer needed. And in that age, we will also have to invent some renewable and almost free energy, right? Because already now the world runs on energy. It's always a matter of how much energy can we produce. But if we find like solar that is 100 times more efficient and 10th of the cost, and if we find like geothermal, like drilling 10 kilometers into the Earth's core and doing like 500 degrees hot springs and turbines and stuff that powers the humanity for no cost, right? Then I think we're going to be able to have robots that cost nothing. And I think that is going to lead to a golden age where people who don't want to work, you know, the bus drivers of the world and the warehouse workers and the unqualified worker of the world will not have to work. They will be fully paid in its entirety by the government. Because we will be in the golden age where money is no longer a thing we need. Robots will produce a computer, you'll put on your VR headset, and you will cost the environment, the society, nothing. Because we'll be so advanced in our farming techniques and the reuse of resources that we don't cost anything. And therefore we don't have to produce anything. I think that's gonna happen. I think that might even happen in my lifetime. Just a global universal income. I mean, imagine if all you need to do is to buy, like... There will still always be the people who want more than others. Like, I heard that Prada is selling virtual skins for the metaverse, sorry. Facebook's VR world, right? So you can buy like a Prada bag within the metaverse. And it's apparently more expensive to buy it digitally than to buy the real thing of leather and handcrafted work. You know, the hours and hours someone spent making the handbag, it's more expensive as a digital copy that you can reproduce 1 million of. And I don't know if it's like going to be like an NFT style where only one person can have that exact bag and they will redesign it for every person and it'll be unique in some way, and that's why they're so expensive. That was beside the scope of the part of the story that I read. But there's always going to be the people who want to show off, to want to be worth more than others. But I think in the golden age that the amount of people that will just be pleased with the social interactions rather than the hunt for money, to choose that I only want to surf, go mountain climbing, bike around the world, watch funny cat videos. That's all I want to do with my life from birth to death. Maybe I want to reproduce, maybe I don't want to reproduce. You know, just live in VR world from birth to death. I think quite a lot of people will be like that. And then you'll have the other part of the humanity who will just want to invent for the fun of inventing. Just because it's amazing creating stuff. They will create stuff. Design beautiful art that gives them a little extra money, so maybe they can buy that virtual Prada bag to show off their excellence in a specific field. Those people will always be there, fighting even though they don't need to fight. Trying to excel, even though there's not a real competition. I think we'll get to that. I think a lot of us would do something productive. Say universal income was a thing. I think a lot of us out there would choose to be really good at a profession if we didn't have to work. So instead of working in a grocery store stacking shelves because we were, air quote, too lazy to study and get a good job, right? And it's like, okay, now that I don't have to, I'll spend my days learning about chemistry and then inventing a new basic element. What do I know, you know? I think we would do a lot more like that if we didn't have the financial pressure on us. So with universal income, in the golden age of humanity, I think a lot of us will do more than we thought we ever could. Because the pressure of providing is what stops the dream. You know, it's like, I want to start my own business in this, but I have this steady job with a full-time income and a lot of consequences, right? Maybe you bought a brand new car when you were young and you have that mortgage payment. So I can't start my business because, I'm in debt. Or maybe you got a kid when you were 16. It's like, I would like to go to university, but I need to take care of my child, and now I work 2 jobs, so I could never study. You know how many people that are stuck in that trap of their past decisions? That if they were exempt from the need of making money, they would just work in what they love and create amazing things. In science, in entertainment, in product development, in just awesome new thinking ideas and creative fields that we don't yet understand is needed nor imagine existing ever. That's what we would do as humanity if we had universal income, I believe. I don't think people would just waste their life. They would either love their life, enjoying it to the fullest, or work their butt offs with something they're passionate about. And overall, I think it would be much more efficient use of humanity as a whole. But we have to get there first, and the biggest hurdle, I think, is energy. Because I believe, for the most part, there is resources enough on this planet that we could harvest to create it. We just don't have the energy to create it. Like mining for iron to make shovels, and then make those shovels. All of that could be automated, like this year. I bet we have the technology already now to mine, harvest, transport, process, refine, cast and mold and build and everything that has to do with a shovel. So if energy was free, right, the shovel could be free, and the people who made it and invented it and built the machines that built the shovel, right, they need some sort of financial payment to pay for what they did. But as soon as the machines are paid, a shovel could be like 50 cents. Because robots would just make the maintenance, and it would dig up the iron it needs to repair itself, and all of that. Like, it's just energy is the issue. Now we have harvested oats. Shall we cultivate the fields right away? Do they need any fertilization? The pH is fantastic. They are completely depleted of nitrogen and need fertilization. The yield maps, they were good. Here they were, green is 100%, right? So here the yields weren't so good. Why? Is it that the pH is a little lower? Could be. It's also sandy loam. Yeah. This is loam, that's better. But sandy loam is not very good. Loamy sand is the worst. It's very nutrient poor. Very nutrient poor. And then you have silty clay up here. I probably can probe the rest thing here. I thought I had probed the whole thing, but I haven't. I'm pretty sure. I haven't soil sample up here. Or it's just loam. But that seems weird. But then again, why would I have stopped there? Why would I have done that and that? Maybe it is loam. That explains why I'm getting so much pH is 5.5 here though. That's a little low. That's a little low. So these fields, I wonder what's the best crop for low pH. Because I'm going corn up here. Maybe I could plant something else that would be more productive. I have to think about that. So yeah. Anyway, we need to fertilize the fields, and do they need plowing? No. So we could probably just cultivate and plant again. But I don't think there's anything in season that I could plant. Now that in July, like I could do poplar. I don't want to do trees, but I could do a set of oilseed radish, I guess. Or save it and plant oats in a month and let the fields continue to be oats. I really like that it's an oat field on 21, but I kind of would want to make 22 an oat field as well. I think these two fields will be enough oats, and then I could send the field 14 to be something more profitable, like cotton. The oats I have for my bakeries. So if you're new to the farm, hi and welcome. My name is Johannes. I started this save 300 hours ago or something, game hours, 280 maybe. With the goal of making cake. So I'm a cake producer. So all I do is is in order to make the cakes. And I have branched it out a little bit to finance my whole operation. I do some cotton for the finances of it. But other than that, it's like cake production. That is my thing. And oh man, am I full on my bakery? Wait. My large bakery flour, missing ingredients, but that's probably fine. Because I have flours for days on on my small bakery and large bakery, I presume. Yes, I can't produce anything because I'm out of space. F. This needs to be dealt with immediately. So I saw those piles of cake, and I forgot to move them because I thought it's fine. Like they're the storage amount that you can have inside of the bakery is big, but apparently I had filled that up as well. So let's get this out of the way. Sorry, I can't speak as I'm loading pallets. I was way too demanding of my tiny monkey brain. Universal income has been tested in certain countries on positive effects, but the public opinion has changed. Ooh, yeah. If a country did that, I think it's too soon. I think the country can't support it. So the envy of people doing a lot of work for the people who does no work would break the system, you know. And people wouldn't want to do the shitty jobs if they could do more fun jobs. I mean, we're still human, right? So it wouldn't work right now, I think. Only when we have robots and infinite energy, it will truly be a thing, I believe. That's my 2 cents. Progress happens, you know, overnight sometimes. I'm like hoping for fusion, right? But it's very unlikely that we'll have fusion energy before 2050. And that is like a really long time away. I'll be retired before fusion happens, right? So it's really like not something to count on, almost. Nah, it's not gonna work. Need more speed. So I don't know if loading the trailer up heavier will make it easier to shove like that. I'm not sure we'll be able to shove like that, which is fine. Twinsy, how are you doing, buddy? Indeed, long time. It's been a long time since I streamed. How have you been? Past 2 months or something like that? So yeah, this save cake is my main goal in producing. But in this game in general, I'm really fascinated about the whole production chain. So for example, when I started planting cotton, I bought fabric shops and a sewer? A tailor, right? And now I run 3 tailors, I believe. I believe I have 3 tailors. 2 tailors and 4 fabric. What do they call them? They're all called fabric shops. They're called yeah. Those who makes the fabrics. I have 4 of them. 6 of them. 6 of them, man. So I think I might need to move this trailer a little bit. I have another idea. Oh, sometimes I'm like, why did it take me so long to realize I can just go and put pallets at the rear of the trailer? I mean, it's not directly obvious, I guess, to be a bit kind to myself, but I should have thought about that sooner. Oops. Oh really? Dutch government had to resign. Dutch has like a cool system, right? I don't know how it works fully, but I think it's basically housing zones where you can't rent an apartment unless you have a certain income bracket. So if you make a lot of money, you can't have a cheap apartment. Sort of. That it's like government control on that. I don't know how it works, but I think it sounds smart and very controlling. And would I be happy with it if I was living in the Netherlands? I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe I just want to spend all my money on fancy cars, right? And I don't care if I live in a shithole. You know, I'm single, I'm young, I like parties, and I don't care if I live in a student home, basically. Now the problem with that is, if I spend all my means on not my home, right, I will take a home for someone, designed for someone who can't
Thanks for the sub.
have any money. What the? What the? Oh yeah.
Thanks for the sub.
Thanks, what's up?
Stoneman 500 subscribed.
A tenner? Whoa, whoa. Hi, Nana. Did you just
Thanks
tune
for
in?
the sub.
Coordinator is subscribed.
Yes, yes, it will play 10 times.
Thanks for the sub.
Who's up?
Natamandan subscribed.
Oh. Did it say Naratamannan? Nah. Did it?
Thanks for the sub.
STR Zeron Cloth subscribed.
Thanks for the sub.
Kenda DK subscribed.
Let's make it 11. Nice one, though. Thank you.
Thanks for the sub.
Then I can say to Siri,
Suffix 13.
that I am the professional streamer in the household, and that I take first priority on the new gaming setup. This new gaming setup is amazing.
Thanks for the sub.
I'm really enjoying it.
Crewly subscribed.
She made more money than me today, though. She made like $130 before taxes.
Thanks for the sub.
Zero Olympic subscribed.
Thank you, Doyan. That with my resubs before, I think I won like 20 subs today. Dude, what has happened? Explain yourself,
Thanks for
trailer.
the sub.
Oh yeah, right. You can put on the straps and that doesn't happen.
Subscribed.
Ah yeah, right. My bad. Because they sort of vibrate if you don't strap them down, and yeah, that happens.
Thanks for the sub.
Damn donkey.
Nanardo subscribed.
Yep. This is true, Doyan. I haven't done the math on like who takes home the biggest cut today based on taxes. This is true. I still think it's her. Oops. What? Yeah, that's true. I think it was... Is it Gruen Dragon who says that? Oh, but I paid Sirius, so I need to pay you. I think he's like that. He's like a good dad who gives both his kids the same amount of money. That's Gruen Dragon for you. If you ever... Yeah, if you ever... like he was getting fed up with my ads. So he subbed to me. Because I was always in the middle of a good conversation when the ad started playing. It's not that it was like high frequency or something like that. No, it was just interrupted from a good conversation one too many times. So he's like, I'm gonna sub. And then he subbed to Siri as well because he needs to, right? And it's not always true, but a lot of the time when he donates as well. Like if he gives $100 to me, he gives $100 to Siri. It feels amazing. There's so many parts about our life that I'm so happy about, and we do feel blessed, both Siri and I. Stressed and worried, yes. But who is not? What self-employed person are just so confident always that like that a company won't have a struggling time? Especially with a new company. I mean, streaming isn't really a new company. She's been streaming for 8 years almost, and I have for 4 years ish. But it's not really the same because it's more like we're in training still, right? So imagine if you're a doctor, right? You go to school for like 7 years, and then you start making your big salary, right? That's more comparable with a streamer, I think, because a streamer isn't good day one, just because most streamers don't make any money the first year or 2 years of their career. So that's more like school than it is like having a job. Real summer in Norway before August? Why? Like, is it cold in Norway this year? Or what makes it not a real summer? So I'm probably gonna leave those cakes just sitting there for now. And when I eventually move the trailer, I'll deal with it then when I've cleared up the yard. But I want to put maybe a few more pallets on it. I can put what, 2 more rows? I mean, technically I could probably fit 4 rows, but it's so difficult stacking it that tight. So say 3, so then 2 more rows. So that's quite a lot of cake more. And I mean, cake will probably be up in price about September. Cold, warm, cold, warm, cold, warm. That's actually fantastic, I think. I like the changing climate. Personally. Though it's not good for a bunch of other reasons. But just for the sensation, I enjoy it. So I've managed to use up like 60-70% of all the cotton in the spinneries. That's what they're called, by the way, spinneries. So that's good. But I definitely have more than I can use up in product. This is true. This is definitely true. Water to my greenhouses is, not dire, but could need it. You need to sleep soon? Good night, surfer. I have a good one. It's, is it 2 a.m.? Yeah. We are gonna plan the next stream for what we're doing. Chickens are fine. Cows are perfect. We're getting full on slurry. So we might shove some slurry on my oat fields and plant a new seeding of oats. So I didn't get a very good score, did I? Look at this. The yield map. This is like 80%. What's up with that? What's my environmental score? Environmental score details. Let's click field 14. Click it. Total earnings $500. I haven't sold any products, have I? Yeah, I just kept it. So that's not true. Show total values. Show values since reset. They're the same because it's the first year with this. Do you plan on playing other games? I do. Twinsy, sleep sign. What's that sound? Sounds like a mosquito in the mic. It's probably something else. So yeah, the yield map is not very good. And is that the pH in this soil, for example? It could have been too little fertilizer. I absolutely could have cheaped down on it. But also, what's the pH in this field? I feel it's pretty good. It's pretty average. Yeah. It's not fantastic, is it? So maybe it's oats that doesn't like to grow in the pH of 5.75. Maybe it wants like 6.5 for oats. And I should have some other crops here. And what can I do to change it? I'm questioning, like, is there a certain type of fertilizer that is better at changing pH level? And in that case, what would be? Chat, should I put slurry on my fields or should I go to bed? I honestly have the time. It's like, if you're down for me to put on slurry on field 14 and 10, no, field 14 and 21, I mean. If you're down, I'd be happy to do it. We can also consider whether or not we're gonna move field 14 down to 21 for oat production, so they're next to each other. So I don't have to take off the head to drive over to 14. Or if I'm only doing 14 for oats, honestly. Because I'm pretty sure that field 15... Wait, was that cotton? Oh, cotton isn't ready to harvest for a long time, I said. Cotton, no, it's in October. So the window for oats has passed, so I can't plant any of the cotton fields with oats for next year. So what else? What are planted here? Sugar beets. Sugar beets. When is sugar beets finished? I planted it, I remember, right as it was ready to be planted. Oh, sugar beets is also October. Fuck. That's unfortunate. We have to wait a year. Sugar beets is one of those things I don't grow every year. So I'll replant that. I'll probably do oilseed radish in that field over winter, and then add a spray of fertilizer once I have planted. So oilseed radish over winter, cultivate that down, and then spray as needed with a liquid fertilizer on that field. But for oats, I'm gonna use manure slurry, as they call it. What else do I have planted? I have corn, and the corn window is also too late for oats. Yeah, it's only the canola and wheat and oats that really has the early harvest. So that's cool. All year round, grass-ish, you know, but it doesn't really grow in January, December. Like if you cut it, nothing happens. It even recedes a little bit. If you don't mow it by November, it will recede a little bit in December, January, and then come out again. So it's not, yeah, nothing really grows in the winter. But you can harvest grass and poplar in the winter. Sure, poplar is a tree. Yeah, it's like long and spiky. I have some. That's a poplar. Oh, it's not running the cornfield. This here is a poplar tree. There is a bunch of different varieties of poplar in real life, but in the game it's only one. This. And it's really good for biomass. So energy, for example. You can make fertilizer out of it and feed and stuff. Not really feed, but yeah, fertilizer and energy, biomass. Cool. And no one said they wanted to see me fertilize a field, but I am gonna do it anyway. I think RX-8 is the best tractor to fertilize fields with slurry, because it has enough power for it. Then again, a slurry tanker is extremely heavy, but it's a flat field. Oh, how did I do that? F1? No, tilde. No, it's not tilde. What's that? F12? 11? Not 11. What's that? Is that like a reversing camera? What's that? 10? Is 10 pause? F8. Well, how did I bring that up? F9. Oh no, I crashed the game again. Oh. F8, thank you, Bornstream. I don't know how I brought up the help menu. I would like though, cause I run with it off, and it kind of would be nice knowing how to turn it on. So yeah, the button above tab is called tilde. Speaking of almost nothing. So I'm gonna use liquid fertilizer first, because the I love that little skateboard jump. The liquid fertilizing tank holding volume is quite low in my barn. I think you can add a slurry pit for the liquid manure, liquid fertilizer, liquid slurry it's called. But the solid, the manure heap is massive. I could probably go like 2 years without using solid manure. But the slurry fills up actually. So I'll use that first. And if that's not enough, I'll go for the solid. So let's fill her up with cow dung. 60%. 90. 100. I'm actually gonna continue to reverse. Because we're going to the field right behind us. Let's start them. Well, I kinda... Should I pick the straw first? Yeah. Instead of just shoving shit on it. Let's go and get some straw. Where's the fast track? More importantly, what is it connected to? Nothing of interest. I still have the dolly on, so I need to... There you go. Woo woo! Good night, Dumpio. Good night. Thank you for staying. And thanks for your sub, man. It's really cool of you. What game are you playing then, Aaron? And that is a big compliment. If you don't think about it, chat, it's hard. It's easy to miss, but being someone's like lurk entertainment is equally impressive as being someone's main entertainment. It's just different. It's like, is action movies better than dramas? No, it's just depending on what you want for content, right? And that's what I mean. Playing Fortnite. I am surprised. How are you liking it? Are you new to Fortnite or have I just never heard that you play it? There's no shame in playing Fortnite. Come on, Diane. We don't game shame here. But I think it's a lot of meme in not liking Fortnite. Oh really? Nanner's a true Fortniter. Are you any good at it? Like, good enough to have fun, right? I mean, if you played it since before. It's not about winning, it's about having fun. Oh. Siri woke up. Or maybe Ebbe woke Siri up. And she says, it sounds like you're having very fun. I think Fortnite is difficult. Very difficult. I mean, I've played it like 30 minutes. But I mean difficult in the sense that I watched the professionals, realize how many buttons they click to open and close. Open and close. I'm reading text messages. Sorry, I can't. Can't concentrate. Open and close. The building blocks, right? That is so impressive. Speed at what they do it, at which they do it. That's really impressive. So I need more husband. I need more cowborns. Because I don't use it up enough, fast enough. I might go and sell this, but I'll stash it here for now. Action moves are better than dramas. That's it's a bit of a steep angle, isn't it? But this thing is the most maneuverable tractor, I believe, in the game, or maybe even the world. But it couldn't do that. So I'm gonna need to go and sell this. For sure. It's too much. I wonder if baling it is a nicer way to handle it rather than using conveyor belts. Because I mean, technically I could go and sell it in this tiny little forage harvester, or I can get a larger forage harvester, forage harvester, and sell it in that. But I like my system with triple grain cart for now. I would like different setup for that too, but it's good enough. So I probably should set that up and go and sell this. I mean, we're talking like tens of thousands worth of product. Yeah, let's do that. So which tractor is available? Can definitely use the electric for this. Because we're just moving empty trailers and things. So the dump trailer, we need a tractor for that. Oh, shit, am I gonna have to use the 1050 just to move that? The 1050 is good to be moving that way, though. Kind of painful to hook them up with a 1050. But we'll cross that bridge when we're ready to cross that bridge. Whee! So as much as I would like to set this up at field 21, which is this one here, I'm gonna take the time and drive over to field 14 instead, because rather than moving this whole setup, it's just nicer putting it in one spot and be done with it. Shit, I put it around the pole. Oof, the conveyor wanted to pole dance, and I said no, none of that shenanigans here. We are serious gamers. Ooh, I think we wanna stop by the road in the roundabout, sort of. Maybe that's too tall. Okay. Tone it down a little bit. Maybe like here. And then Dojan. Yes, I feel that as well. Especially that one. That one is so overkill for this map. Shit, this is yeah, I need to move the trailers first. This hookup is impossible. It's gonna be a 3-part thing. First I'm gonna need to move the dumper and then I can move the grain carts. That's okay. Let's swing around. Oh shit. That doesn't work because the seed tender's there. Yeah. Let's take a trip around the chicken coop. Whoa, shit. Ah, there goes my corn. My profits. I'm not sure I can get around. It should be fine. They were connected, that's the thing. And then I was like, I only need 60,000 liters for this job. So I can dump the dump trailer. Or rather the grain carts. And like this, who thought here? It wasn't me, I'm telling you. I did not think. Maybe more speed? I mean, I have a 600 horsepower tractor, right? Or 5 something. Shit, come on. Engage 4-wheel drive. You can do it. I know you want to. Climb over that building, you beast. This pains me. This is awful to watch. What am I doing with my life? My chicken coop, my trailer, my tires, everything's just a mess. For what? Because I made a mistake. Drive around the building, it'll be easy. And now my eggs is the problem. Maybe more speed. Oh. My eggs that weighs more than steel. Maybe if I lift the tag axle. Oh, can you tell that I'm not a professional lorry driver? I mean, workarounds are okay, right? As long as you get the job done. Okay, this will be good. We're gonna try to get the cutout 140s out of here. Ah, good, Doyan. I just wanted to make sure you guys paid attention, right? Oh, sorry, I forgot to add 2 trailers on. Oh. I mean, we are not very good at this, are we? But sometimes we make it work. This is not sometimes. Yikes. Come on, baby. Oh man. Will I make this turn? I mean, these are a little bit more maneuverable. Woo, bending my corn. Woo, bending my corn. Woo. This tractor is too big for the job. If only I had the fast track. Where's the fast track? It's just sitting in a field. I could easily use the fast track. But we did it. A lot of pain and scrapes later. Now I just have to... Oh, fuck. I was perfectly lined up until I hit my own trailer. Damn it. Maybe I just... a little... nudge like that. There we go. Oh, it's gonna be easy again. And what has happened to my dolly? How am I gonna hook up to this? Jab. Fan. Well, skit trailer. I dislike dollies with a passion. Not only are they difficult, but sometimes they just... this tractor is way too expensive to use as a battering ram. Let's go and get the forklift. This is how you farm. The funny thing is, I was just gonna spread some manure and then go to bed. Now I'm all engaged in this stupidity of a setup. You know, I'm not even sure I'm saving time on using this, rather than just using my dump trailer when I go to sell. I might just be wasting my time setting this up from how many times I've failed. And of course this tractor is forklift is way too weak to fix this issue. This does absolutely nothing for my problem. It's like a matter of who lifts who here. Trailer weighs more than a forklift. That's a sad reality. I need a big boy forklift. Chat, on this giant fuck up, I bid you good night. Next time here on the farm, we will deal with this. We will pick up the rest of the straw and load it up and go and sell it. And we will take the shit flinger and fling the shit. All here on Johanna's stream. I tried to be a bit dramatic there. Truly, it's been a blast. I haven't streamed for months, and being back is it feels good. And having this set up feels good. It feels like we're back on track, just like we want to. We have gotten 5 new followers today and 12 subscribers. A lot of them resubs and Doyan's gifted subs. We haven't gotten Dunpeel is the resub. No, there's been resub. There's all the resub. There's not a single new sub, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Coordinator Aza. Doyan is amazing. Glad you got a sub. Good night, J. Perry. Naomi, Noma. Good night to you as well. Thank you for being here. Nanner, good luck with your fortnight. Huh. Good night to everyone. Good night, Doyan. Thank you for 11 subscriptions. We have 56 sub points in total. And this was a 4-hour stream? Jeez. So I'm thinking I could probably make this quite regularly. But maybe only 2 hours. I went a little bit ham. Oof, I had a good time though. I had a really good time. Like Siri said, I woke Siri up, by the way. I thought I was very quiet. I thought I was quiet, but I managed to wake her up. I mean, I'm blaming Ebbe. Ebbe probably kicked her in the kidneys before she woke up, and then she blamed me. Kidding. Take care, everyone. See you next